never let Jacob send me multiple hate messages, including one saying that I'm as fat as a noose and he'd hang myself.
I took my pill, she was gone. Told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone. I took my pill, she was gone. Told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone.
Hey, y'all niggas is retarded. You think I give a fuck if he lives or...
Shekel here, shekel there, motherfucker, we don't care. Maloyer millionaire, these fucking puts we just never spare. Door schmat on their mother grave, have some faith, have some faith. I do my two-step in my big black hat. You schmucks better step right back. Chutzpah, I am in fact kush.
Yo, sit down. Yeah, just send him a quick one. Oh, that I like when I say quick, I just quickly type out a message and then I'm immediately like, fuck, I should phrase that better. I was just like, hey, what are you up to this morning? Me and Pumpernikel are going to have an ADHD talk for a few hours on stream today. If you will watch any of it and you want to pop in and give feedback, that would be good. Also, if you could help me plug it. But then I don't know, because my first thought was like, I know just to go, I think he was like diagnosed at like a young age, and so a lot of it, like, and he is probably like twice exceptional, like, you know, smart dude, and probably can't relate to the struggle of or I'm not really sure, honestly. That's a salty way for me to look at it, like, oh, he can't even relate because he's always had help. But yeah, good idea. Because that's exactly. I don't want to be too aggressive for a second. My first thought was that I remember saying last year that you had I wasn't trying to catch it up. My first thought was, I remember you saying last year you took mid sometime, so I thought you might be interested. On the other hand, I don't know if part of your branding. Not that it would really matter as his branding. I think I've noticed a lot of the ableism from people is like real fucking intense, eh? People will immediately yeah, it's just like if I ever talk to Queeman, he'll bring it up and then all of his audience will bring it up, so I guess that's awfully specific, but I think people will do it to anyone that has like ADHD, really, because like Destiny's like super successful, but then again I guess people like want to find a reason to hate on him. I don't know, I guess I don't have evidence that people would do it with anyone. because all of the examples I have of people doing it, even though they seem to do it consistently, are all
saying that I'm as fat as a moose and hang myself.
to like online people who they want to have like a beef with, right? It always fits that they want to find a reason to hate on that person. But it also is also like consistent and seemingly like groundless. I feel like people would probably more inclined to be like, why would I say
y'all
that?
niggas is retarded.
Justical is like an ADHD.
You think I give a fuck if he lives?
He's clearly competent and successful. Compared to like me or Destiny, where they would be like, Destiny's a hedonist, immoral,
Shekel here, shekel there, motherfucker, we don't care. Malo you're a millionaire, these fucking puts we just never spare. Door schmat on their mother grave, have some faith, have some faith. I do my two-step in my big black hat. You schmucks better step right back. Chutzpah, I am in fact kush.
to capitalize on like the video game stuff and fucking fighting with people.
Yeah.
And in that same
true.
way that you know, like fucking, because Oblivion's come out, like the thing that has come to mind for me is remembering being able to fire up that game like whenever the fuck during the day I woke up, and being able to play it basically for like 15, 16 hours straight.
Yeah, until you lose consciousness again.
Well, no. Like you'd get that fucking far into a play session, and then you'd realize how much time you'd been playing for, and then you'd go, I can play for like, I can sink a good few hours more in. Like I could play for another 5 or 6 hours easily because I may have been up for like the whole fucking day, but I'm not tired. It's way past my bedtime, and I ain't eepy.
Yeah. This is why I like the idea of being immersed, right? Like I it's not like an ADHD cope. That is like a gift of the ADHD. I learn how fucking good it is to be like immersed into that world. I've just spent 16 hours like appreciating the little side quests, all the voice dialogues, all the this, all the that. It's fucking sick. And I guess for Destiny, it's like he enjoys like probably not just the debate, but the way people like act in the debate. He enjoys like picking them apart and figuring out this and that. He's a fucking
but I'm just wondering, like,
reasons.
is that just really not someone having their shit together at all? Like, in the way that you feel J-Stalk probably does.
Yeah.
Like, especially if he's someone who did get that intervention when he was younger.
Yeah, J-Stalk, it's not just that like he got like a medication at a young age or whatever. It's that like after getting the meds and then using them to live like a normal life, as well as like developing the skills that ADHD people don't normally develop, that everyone else does develop, he's probably then also able to like go off meds and still operate and be able to gauge when he's operating like properly or not. J-Stalk has like the experience that I don't think I've ever had, where he is the kind of person who is like, I made a really good financial decision for myself and I suddenly accumulated like tens of thousands of dollars this month based off that one good decision. Whereas I'm the kind of person who was like, I threw myself into work and labored really hard for 70 hours this week and then I made a bunch of money, right? I don't know, like I just think it's a different kind of success that most smart, competent people can like get to if they have like all the basic functioning skills down. And I think J-Stalk just has all of them, was probably raised with them, and has had like a relatively normal experience. But on the other hand, if he does have ADHD, I'd be super interested to hear about from his very intimate inner thoughts what that was like, because I'm 100% sure that it's also not a very normal experience, because that's how I experienced it. It was like a very unique experience that most people don't understand. So when I see someone who I know is also having that but appears to not have that, and also he's got his degree, he's got multiple different skills, he's able to adapt to like streaming like really well in his like current part of life. It's just very interesting seeing like a super competent individual. And I think there's a certain kind of ADHD person like in the boomer generation who becomes like a CEO, who becomes like an incredibly work-driven, successful person, but you know that person is not very well balanced in any other aspect of their life. And I guess I bring that up because I just think he's probably not like that either. I think actually, there was one thing he said once that stuck with me, was that, and I thought this was a really interesting moment of self-reflection that he'd had in the past, that he commented on, where he was like, oh, I did usually date women who were like obsessed with me, which is like a bad thing for me. And I was like, damn, I can relate. You know, instead of dating like nice girls, I ended up dating obsessive freaks who made me feel good, because I was like, oh, she's like really into me, obviously. But like other women were probably really into me, but they weren't just like showing it by being like fucking like
they
right
weren't
on in
into
there.
you enough.
Yeah. Well, I think if I'm valuing the obsessive kind over the more stable, wholesome, and overall well balanced kind, if I'm valuing that more unstable kind more, and I should be valuing them less, I should be writing those women off, which I think most people do. But if I'm valuing them more, then their big personalities and my value of them are going to like push the more balanced girls, basically like out of my perception. I won't even really like notice. Like you know, that more passive girl who's, again, I'm not saying she's like a passive person or these people aren't. They can just be incredibly normal women, incredibly common normal women. I'm not noticing when they're interested in me. I'm not really like appreciating how much they are noticing and hanging out, because I have this other woman who is aggressively holding eye contact with me and like telling me all about this or that, and then trying to like emotionally like fuck around with me to like get my attention and yada yada yada. And I'm like, and then for some fucking reason, it just
you mean where the wild ride is just enthralling?
Yeah. And so I can relate to that. And then when Justical says out loud, he was like, when I was younger, I dated and preferred to date women who were obsessed with me. It like clicked in my head. I was like, me too? But I would never think of saying that out loud.
I mean, I was getting a little bit of that same feeling when you guys were talking about like, you know, the childhood ADHD experiences. Like when I said before, it's like, why do these fuckers, like, why are they just recounting like the weird little quirks of my childhood back to me? Fucked up. Because then I'm going like, oh, that's a really strange little telltale sign that like that actually does kind of ring true. Where it's stuff about like, you know, how many friends people maintain as kids and shit, you know.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Hold on. So, well, just give me a quick second. I'm just trying to organize DMs and stuff.
It was it's because he's currently fighting with someone in public one in his server.
Oh, is
But
it?
yeah. Yeah, I don't know who. I think he was. Fuck, was he calling out scumbag or something, or scumbag was calling him out? Who knows? Some gay shit.
Scumbag
But
was going hard on his channel.
well, Dolphin's in there. You could always ask her. But yeah, it was the.
I will.
You were talking about like when Jay Stork said about, you know, his dating history, and then like that clicks to you, and then it suddenly stands out, and then you're suddenly relating it to that experience you were having. It's very much the same thing that I just experienced when you guys were talking about like you know, oh, you know, this is the kind of childhood experience that some of these ADHD kids have, and just stuff like you know, how many friends they maintain, like with their during their childhood. And it's like in my case, I was bouncing from like single friend for a very long time to another single friend for a very long time. So that was an interesting thing that like that I didn't really relate to anything necessarily. I thought maybe, oh, is that part of being like a weird little autistic kid? But maybe it's the ADHD. Maybe it's both.
Yeah, maybe it's both. I think the autism would give you like a certain kind of independence where you would be not like desperately looking to have like a big group of friends, and then when you get that one friend, you're like, oh, I like you know, I'm overly attached, yada yada yada. But I didn't really exactly have
with
that
the
experience
autism thing,
either.
I feel like I have never like craved the social connection. Like I don't miss friends. So whenever like that friendship got broken off, usually because of like moving from like one thing to another. Like at one point I changed school because we like moved house. And then there's like the move from like elementary to high school type deal. But between those stages, like I never end up like missing those friends. I never feel like, oh shit, I really want to get back in contact with that person. Like I have no craving for like the particular social connection.
Yeah.
And that
I guess I
feel
hear
like
about
is
it,
the
and
autistic thing.
I notice it, and in some ways it's like a bit of a blessing. Like, me and you haven't been hanging out lately, and sometimes I'm like, oh, I hope Dung Devil doesn't take that personally. And then I'm like, man, you are so solid and like have such a good focus on what's really going on around you in the present moment and all of that. And a lot of that is yeah, it's because you're not like bothering yourself thinking like oh, like I missed that other person, or like what happened there? You know, you're not. You just
Well, I mean, I still check in. Like, I'd see what's happening on the fucking Discord, or I'll see like, you know, a big fucking group chat going in one of the servers. And sometimes I'm just like, those dudes can hang out without me. It's fine.
Sometimes I look in, I'm like, those people are all absolutely worthless, and I should have. No need for me to go in there.
Well, sometimes I do think that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But that's a whole other thing. Bum bum bum. Just go message me saying he doesn't really have time this morning, which makes sense. I was like, yeah, fair. I should try to make these messages a bit more competent.
I mean, especially if he's in there tearing scumbag a new one. Although I don't know if he even is. I'll ask Dolphin for the deets.
Yeah, actually, I asked her as well. What did she say? I just joined. Not heard him talk yet. Okay, I guess he's just in there doing a bit of normal socializing.
Hey guys.
Yo, what's up?
What up?
I'm kind of puppy sitting at the moment, so if my dog starts whining or barking, it's because my wife came home from the store and she wants to go see her. So I might have to mute myself every so often.
Yep.
Okay. Let me get your browser source going up. Ooh, cool. So we got the clown going. We got this. We got that. Have a little bit of lo-fi music playing in the background. Oh, there's the puppy.
There we go.
What? What kind of dog is it?
It's a Cavapoo, so a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel mixed with a poodle. But she's only 2, so she's got that like puppy energy. So yeah. All right, I'll go deal with her. 1 second.
All right.
The only thing I know about King Charles Spaniels is fucking horrendous proclivity for heart issues. Like
Jesus.
Yeah, I think they can just end up dropping dead, and it's like, oh, sorry, heart's fucked. Rip.
Rip. GG's dog. Dude, that's super cute. Look at that little dude. Boom. I wonder if I should just screen share with you guys. I'm pretty sure I can tell. Actually, I can just tell Discord. I'll just stream share my entire stream like that. Just the way to go. So you guys can see whatever I'm showing. Sometimes I just want to share with you guys like my actual monitor. But then that's not really what I'm streaming, so I'm like showing you guys live feeds behind the scenes. But I think this will be good for now, so that you're fully like dialed into exactly what I'm showing the stream.
Yeah, just remember to display it in Discord when you want to fire up a video.
Yeah, for the actual audio, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should I say to Logistical? I'm honestly curious about you being ADHD, but also seem like you got all the skills of someone who doesn't have it. All the skills of someone who doesn't have it? I don't know. Maybe I should just be like you, like it's like you have ADHD, but you're like fully competent.
Oh, so Scumbag might be going off in the JStalk Discord, doing the Crisp is racist adjacent whatever thing was his beef.
Oh, is he still talking about it? Could this be a good intro segment for the stream?
Who's Scumbag?
Me. He's from Highlands. He's a black dude who used to be like a Daria server user. And then
Minor
the Highlands
DGG
is like a
personality. I think he'd been on Kick or Keep. He's kind of been around the place on some panels and stuff, right?
Taxi. Taxi just put up a good SpongeBob SquarePants scumbag meme. So this is actually like Scumbag's hairstyle. But yeah, Scumbag's the kind of dude to like get drunk and take up a lot of space in VCs and, you know, like really not communicate himself that well. But eventually I started to sort of recognize he's a little bit different. It is like very attention seeking and full on, but he's also legitimately terrible at communicating, but he is like feeling real thoughts, and he's not just doing it to like be like an attention seeking idiot. He unironically has like that creative spirit, which means I usually end up kind of understanding where he's coming from and like kind of agreeing with it as well. But it's also like completely untempered and like out of control and like hard for me to deal with. So the second I like offer him a little bit pushback, he gets like really upset and will, you know, spend not just like an hour like just drunkenly screaming like fuck you, like you wanna fuck with me, you're my op, like I'm gonna come get this. Is what he's doing now. And just Discord's Discord, he's just listing people and saying he's got ops and blah blah blah, and he'll just do that for days and days and days and days and days and weeks and weeks and weeks. And my beef with him, or quote unquote beef, I didn't even see it coming, but then like later on I find out, like I was in Thunderdome once and we were talking about some dude like doxing people, and these dudes were like absolute losers, scumbags if you will. And then Scumbag joined later on and heard me like lawyering up against them, and I didn't realize, but they didn't understand what doxing was, and they were being accused of doxing, and it turns out they hadn't doxed anyone, but because they were such like kind of loser attention seeking idiots, they were, instead of just pinpointing like I didn't do what you guys said I did and then sticking to their defense of that, they started like validating all of this bad behavior that they had been doing. So I'm like, this is a pretty easy line of attack. Like, you guys are just trying to like justify bad behavior. So I just called them out. Like, don't you have your own? If someone tells you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? If someone tells you to dox them, you don't have to dox them. That's still a reflection of you, right? That's still a reflection of you like maliciously going out to like try to hurt people just because you like see the opportunity to do it, apparently in a way that you think is fine. Like, it still just makes you a piece of shit. And Scumbag comes in and immediately starts like yelling at me and speaking over me and calling me like a retard and saying I can't clean up my room and that. And in some ways he's right, because at that point I didn't realize that these dudes hadn't actually doxed anyone, but what Scumbag didn't see was that these dudes were also basically saying that doxing was fine and okay and kind of cool and based. So you know, and then Scumbag gets pissed off because like I push back on him, and even though I'm going like a lot more gentle on him than he is on me, he still can't take it. And oh, thank you for the follow, Curio Cactus. Wow. And so like I think what Scumbag has beef with me more recently, I'm not sure exactly, like he doesn't really communicate that well. So he's calling me racist, and he mentioned that I wanted Taken gone as a mod. Now I don't know how he knows about the Taken thing. I probably talked about it a little bit or something, or I sent a mod mail in being like, whatever mod gave me this excessive ban is probably being manipulated by chatters and like not being very competent. So when you say I don't want her to be a mod, it's like, no, I just want these mods to be like responsible and like proper and like real. And if she can't even embrace that or never do it, and it's not even like directly aimed at her, she just happened to be the one who makes these like fuck ups by being like overly sensitive, personally invested, not even handed, really excessive at times. It's like, yeah, it's totally fine for me to call that out. I don't know why she would take it personally, and I don't know if you know, it's bullshit that other people would be like, yeah, but I like her, that's my friend. And it's like, yeah, well, shouldn't you want your, or that person you like, you should want them to be like competent, right? You would bloody hope so. But it's not like much of a big deal. I guess Scumbag's getting pissed off about it at the moment. How much is he going on about it right now? He is.
Fuck knows. I'm not in there. I just heard whispers.
Yeah. I'm sure it's not a whole lot about me in particular. It's probably about him and everyone that he wants to make an op out of. Super immature dickhead. He'll just come in, like I said, come into VCs, act real loud, turn everyone else's volume down, and just be like, I'm just a chill dude. I just want to be like chill and have a good time. Why are people like obsessed with me? And it's like, dude, you're in the room with us. You got everyone muted, and you're just talking over people. Like, you're just fucking with the whole space. It's bullshit. Or like we had to kick him out of I had a few like scumbag stories, but I just want everyone to understand this isn't like a huge deal or whatever, but like it is for him. We were playing, what's that game that we played? It's kind of like Among Us, but it's like 3-dimensional and we're like getting weapons and stuff.
Oh, Lethal? No, not Lethal Company.
Not
the other
Lethal
one.
Company.
Lockdown.
Lockdown Protocol. You might have played it with Scumbag a little bit, Dung, but you might have noticed like for like a week straight, he would just team kill Lee at the start of like every match. Because
No, I can relate to that.
Lee's my
yeah.
I thought it was funny, right? But it eventually got to the point where it's like fucking with the game balance after like days, right? After days of this happening.
Yeah.
And then because I'm like a nervous lockdown player as well, then I would be like, is he going to kill me? Like, get back, scumbag. And then I'm likely to like stab him back, and then it escalates, and then all of us are like killing each other, and then the killer gets in there and kills a bunch of people. And then like eventually we're in like the after game lobby, and Scumbag's like screaming over everyone. And I know that I have this like deep voice, so I'm like, Scumbag, I just start like, talking over him. I'm like, you have to stop, like you have to at least communicate, you have to acknowledge that you're being like intentionally incredibly destructive. But for him, it's day after day after day of getting more and more intense. And like you said, you could relate to just like killing Lee all the time. Lee is a shitter. And at first I didn't really think that about Lee, so I was like, this is just like totally erratic behavior from Scumbag. Eventually I come to realize Scumbag is like a loyal dog, and he's sniffing like the darkness on this man's soul, and instead of letting people know and warning them about it, he's just like going feral. He's just like embracing his moment of being like, there's a demon among us, get him. So yeah, after many days of that, and Scumbag being like drunk and inconsolable and explosive temperament, we end up like kicking him out and being like, you can't play with us, right? And then that turns into him like hating on me and like other people for weeks. But it's like, no matter how right you are, Scumbag, you have to work with people around you. Like, come on, man, you gotta communicate, use your voice. And I think he's the kind of person who would communicate best by joining an art school and being mentored by some of the greats. I feel like Andy Warhol would love to hang out with Scumbag, Unironically, he reminds me of Jean-Michel Basquiat or Basquiat, or however it's pronounced.
I mean, I can mostly relate to wanting to kill Lee over and over, just because that's what he did to everyone else when playing fucking Lockdown.
Yeah,
Lee basically behaved as you as you said Scumbag did. He would be the one that would kill like 2 or 3 people every game, guaranteed.
If he was the killer or not,
Yeah.
Yeah, playing Lockdown Protocol in Discord is so much different to playing it like with your real life friends, because Discord people,
they're sick.
They are sick, but they're also really good at like, especially like Lee, right? Really good at reading people to a level and like emotionally, or not emotionally, like
no. He didn't do any of that.
Conversations.
He would just kill like at minimum 3 people every single game, and sometimes that meant he'd get lucky and he would kill all the fucking traitors, but he'd be killing all those people anyway.
I do remember many matches of me trying to talk him out of killing me. And then if I didn't perform, like, real solid, give great reasons immediately, whatever, it would just be like an excuse for him to like stab me to death, right? And it's like, fuck, well now I'm under like super pressure every time just to... And then when he's the killer, fuck, dude. What am I... And now I have to reverse it on him, right? And that's even harder because he's already set up this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That game was such an interesting one because everyone develops their own like different meta.
The really, really fucking scary thing during that was fucking Katie. Katie's
I know,
a
right?
monster. Katie's horrifying.
Trained killer. Like, ruthless.
Actually.
Giggles and drops one-liners on you as you do it. I'm like playing my third of a match and I'm like, oh, I'm just in here trying to learn how to cook the pizza. And she's like, yeah, you're gonna learn. And then fucking clubs me over the head with a frying pan. You know? Funny as shit. And then I'm a ghost. And I'm just a ghost, like, oh. Two Legs says, are you in the belly of the whale right now? I am, dude. We're on the hero's journey. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to be having a great big Pumpernikel stream. It's going to be cool.
No, I
How's
think the dogs killed him.
True.
Mm-hmm.
The curly poodle.
Oh yeah, she's okay. She's with my wife now.
Dude, I wonder if I should Uber Eats a coffee. Definitely not.
Uber Eats a coffee. What
Don't
the
have the money
fuck?
for that.
No, you're not making that kind of money yet. Jesus.
I mean,
fuck.
Uber Eats my groceries and order some coffee, some instant coffee in my groceries. I spent $7 on energy
it's
drinks.
slightly better.
They're $3.50 each, and I bought 2 of them today, and now I'm like, oh, that is like 10 sachets of coffee mix. Shit.
I had my first ever 7-Eleven North American sized massive Slurpee yesterday, just like Mountain Dew.
I had an American Mountain Dew
$2
once.
Man, it's fucking crazy.
Cheap and full of calories. The dollar per calories on that.
I mean, it's like $4 or $5 getting a Mountain Dew off, from a bottle or a can out the refrigerator, but with the Slurpee machine, I mean, it's mostly ice, right? But it's way cheaper.
Way cheaper. Having my first American Mountain Dew, like, brought over from someone, not like, we get Mountain Dew, it is entirely different to the American Mountain Dew that looks exactly the same in the exact same can, but theirs is a syrup, and you feel it hitting the brainwave. You just feel like it wash over you as soon as you take a sip. Entirely different thing. Like, you would water it down like 1/3, and then you would have like a New Zealand equivalent, and then you would recarbonate it, I guess.
Yeah, a lot of
I can't believe
soft
it.
drinks are different between North America and Europe, UK, and like Australia, New Zealand. Like Fanta Orange is completely different color.
Yeah, when I watch like South Park and Cartman is like slurping down the Mountain Dew, I still probably get the feeling that they're trying to like think, oh, that kid's drinking a lot of Mountain Dew, that's fucking crazy, yada yada yada. But then I see what Mountain Dew actually is, and I'm like, this is just like 100 times worse. Like, I thought that drinking that much of our version of Mountain Dew would fuck you up. But they're not drinking that at all. They're drinking syrup. They're drinking blood-thickening goop. Holy dude.
You know what? I'm actually going to defend the Americans. The high fructose corn syrup fucking drinks are actually a godsend. Because I hate all the fucking artificial sweetener shit that's in all the drinks everywhere. Even in, oh god, when I went to Japan, even their drinks were fucking full of it. And it just doesn't hit the same as sugar.
Well,
Just
yeah, the sugar gives you the
real
hit to the
fucking
brain,
sugar.
and it digests better. So that's the problem with the other ones. Is
Yeah.
although in that South Park episode, it's all about Cartman getting crazy shits, right? But I guess when you drink a whole bunch of it, I haven't experienced that. I drank a 330ml can as opposed to the 5-liter American-sized medium bottle, the regular-sized bottle, which is like a
Oh
gallon.
yeah, that's where the Americans are scuffed.
It's insane. I couldn't believe it. It's so far outside of like regular health protocols, like for us. Yeah, the Americans are lucky they got all the billionaires and the high-grade medication and whatever they got. Anyway, I'm gonna grab some water, and I'll be right back, and we can get started, I guess, if you're ready for that Pumpernikel.
Nice.
Sweet.
The smartest of all the heroes. He led us for 10 years in the Trojan War. Before his brilliant plan to build the great horse, the Trojans thought it was a gift and took it behind their walls. Then, out poured our soldiers. Odysseus led us to victory. People love stories. You were there?
I am Odysseus' wife.
Odysseus is dead.
Not to me.
There is no king. He sailed to Troy years ago. Took the best men with him.
All year, suitors have been turning up, waiting for his widow to choose a new husband to be king.
Scoundrels. They're just here for your wealth.
Look at this island. A wasteland. Gangs of thugs terrifying the people.
They need me alive. At least until I choose my husband.
Mother, we can't live with those savages anymore.
I will choose soon, when I finish my wedding cloak.
That woman's making a fool of you. Of us all.
I know who you are.
A tramp!
If I were free, I'd fight for what was mine. I'd fight for my people.
What will the people say when they see I have returned alone? That I led all their men to their deaths?
This land is ruined. I sacrificed it for him.
I have a proposal for you. A hunting party.
Where is he?
Who are you?
Your waiting is over. The one amongst you who can string the bow and shoot the arrow through the axes, that man will be my husband.
Close the gates.
How can men find a war but not find their way home?
Some war becomes home.
Give the man the bow.
Using Unreal 5 for the graphics, and it's using like the old engine.
Yeah.
Game logic. Which is kind of based, to be honest.
Yeah. My favorite mods for Skyrim were ones that like made like necromancy way stronger, so that you could animate a whole bunch of dead things.
I
That
love
was
running
always
runs
my
like that.
preferred playthrough.
So then you get to watch a little horde of dudes go up against all the enemies, mobs. It's a lot of fun.
Solo leveling build.
Alright, we got a few viewers coming in. Looks like Justical plugged us as well. So we already got some nice follows from some Justical viewers, so we can pretty much get started.
Alright, I'm gonna let you people who actually know what you're talking about fucking talk some shit. But I'll be listening in from the audience.
Yeah, feel free to listen in and pipe up if you have any questions or anything you want to hear explained more thoroughly or have any input on. Same goes for any of the...
Yeah. Bye, Chad.
Oh, fuck, I was muted for that last bit. I was just saying, if any of you guys want to come in or have input, just feel free to do it in the side chat. Dung Devil can come back in whenever he wants, and yeah, me and Pumpernikel are going to get started. So me and Pumpernikel had a talk like a while ago about my life and my ADHD experience, and at the time I was trying to get medicated, and we were talking about like how I came to decide that that was like the best option for me, and the impacts of other things that have been going on in my life. And from talking to Pumpernikel and watching a lot of lectures, I came to like understand a lot about my own situation and how to talk about it. And he really like coached me on what to expect from my journey, and it played out pretty much exactly like he said it would. And that's good in a lot of ways to like, you know what's coming. But also it's still a pretty crazy journey to go through. But I think a lot of what we went over is like hard for other people to understand, and they almost like wouldn't really believe that such like a hidden disability like ADHD is real. And I think I can point to myself as like a really good example that the things that I was like going through most of my life are real, and you can see that the treatment is real as well, because it's like, despite trying every different way to handle my situation, nothing really compared to the treatment. And a lot of people can't really be convinced by like words, and they just want to say, oh, you're just lazy, or why don't you just do this, or like, I can't believe that I can't believe that ADHD people struggle to do or not do things, like just do it. Like having decision making and willpower is just like inherent to everyone, right? And like you just want to take amphetamines because like, who doesn't? Because it's like people love taking drugs. But when I take my medicinal dose, it has a certain effect that is a remedy, and it fixes a problem which some people can't even see or accept. And in fixing that problem, I think it validates that was a real thing. You can see how I changed for the better. You can see how the situation was affected by what some people might just call like a recreational, superficial high. And it's hard to talk about that as like an ADHD person to a lot of people. So in today's stream, hopefully we can like go through a lot of those like life journeys and what that was like, and how that affects a lot of children. And then if you become like an adult who is trying to explain this to people, hopefully you guys can learn how to engage in those conversations a bit better as well.
Yeah.
So this is Pumpernikel. You guys probably know him from the Discord.
Yeah, I'll just introduce myself briefly. Just for like absolute transparency, I'm not in any way a doctor or mental health care professional. My interest in ADHD is just like personal and academic, in the sense that I'm just like super interested in the subject. I've got a background in teaching particularly with kids with a whole bunch of like neuroatypical backgrounds, I guess. People with behavioral problems, learning disabilities, and developmental disorders in particular. So I've got like a personal background around the field of education in general, but my interest in ADHD is largely my own like personal interest in it, and where that's led me to. So like, I'm not a doctor. Don't take anything I say as like advice. However, what I will probably be doing is heavily quoting someone who was a clinical psychiatrist. They're now retired, Dr. Russell Barkley. He's basically among the ADHD community. He's pretty much the gold standard of what the modern understanding of ADHD is. He's the guy that led the team that got ADHD in its current form described in the DSM. He maintains a YouTube channel to this day, which, you know, he posts quite regularly when like he does weekly videos where he goes over the biggest, latest, most interesting studies and journals in the field of ADHD that week. He goes over those and describes like the strengths and weaknesses of those particular studies. So if you want to stay up to date with like brand new, like frontier kind of ADHD research, like the new studies coming out, you can literally go on his YouTube channel today, and he's probably got a new video out today. He'll cover things like really, really diversely. Random studies about the effects of ADHD medications on cardiovascular health, the pretty unique expression of ADHD in women. He goes a lot into that. It's kind of an understudied area. So he'll pick like a theme, I guess, on a bunch of studies, and he'll go over like what's come out about that this week. So he's really, really good if you want to stay up to date. A lot of his books are basically the gold standard resources for ADHD, whether you have ADHD or someone you know does. He's got books for both sufferers and relatives and you know, parents and stuff like that of children with ADHD. So he's pretty much the best resource. However, I will caveat that the Barkley model
set foot on
of
this campus as a
ADHD, whilst I and many other experts consider it to be the best fit model. That is to say, the predictions that it makes for outcomes and difficulties of people with this disorder are most accurate, and that, you know, as to what his model would predict, right? Versus other models. There are competing models of ADHD, though. Some people, you know, claim it's a trauma response. It's not like a real disorder by itself. And there's lots of other models aside from those. Some of them are just, I think, pretty obviously pseudoscientific in their descriptions. A lot of them are complete nonsense. Russell Barkley does a pretty good job of debunking some of the weirder doctors that come out with particularly strange takes on it. So yeah, I will always point people to Russell Barkley as the premier resource. If he says something about ADHD, provided it's not like massively out of date, you know, in which case, you know, it's always worth checking whether that's changed, our understanding has changed since then. But contemporaneously, you know, regardless, if he says something, you can pretty much take that to the bank as an accurate scientific description of the reality of ADHD. One thing he does really, really well that not a lot of other people do is kind of black pill people. He's not the kind of guy who's particularly interested in sugarcoating the severity of ADHD. He's not the kind of guy who is going to say, you know, here's what ADHD makes you like, but here's the secret hidden advantage and hack that, you know, if you apply this particular ADHD trait, you're actually more powerful than people without this condition, right? he doesn't engage with that kind of nonsense for a bunch of really good reasons that we get into, you know. But,
I think he had a
some people hate him
specific
for that.
segment
Yeah.
where he specifically pushed back on like the idea, just the concept of like my superpower. He was like, no, any of these things are going to have a consequence, and treating and managing your ADHD rather than treating it like a superpower is potentially going to lead you to fulfill the potential of whatever superpower you're imagining. But it's not because you're ADHD you have that superpower. It's probably just already an ability you had.
And just principally, we can't live in a world where people like me who are interested in ADHD and talking about it and making the reality of it more well understood by lay people, those you can't at the same time as asking governments for better understanding and better accommodations for people with ADHD. We can't advocate for that, whilst at the same time saying, oh, actually, it's our superpower. It gives us some advantages. You either have a disorder, a disability that requires help, or you don't. Right? It can't be that it's in some way an advantage. So that kind of language is very unhelpful, and it's very unhelpful in getting across to healthcare providers and governments that there is a genuine case of help being needed for that demographic of people. It undermines the message, I think.
Massively. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm really finding is how much the entire idea of me getting treatment is undermined by people in society. It's rough. I don't like it at all,
Yeah, so where do you want to start, Crisp?
I'm just looking through Russell Barkley's lecture right now, and he's got it really nice and chaptered. The first chapter, 3 missions, the fire hydrant, disclosure, what is ADHD. I guess we should talk about what it really is. Probably clear up a whole lot of misconceptions about it, because I think when you just say it prevents you from optimally using your executive functions, people find that really hard to get around. And then when you talk about my prefrontal cortex isn't functioning properly, they're like, oh well, you must be an idiot. And it's no, these things are not one and the same.
So do you want me to just go through a description of it first and what it is specifically?
Yeah, we can pick that apart.
All right, sure. And then if I say something that you want to go into a little bit more, just stop me. Yep. Otherwise, I'll just ramble a lot, I guess. So at its most fundamental level, ADHD is it's a developmental disability. So that puts it in a very separate class from other conditions that can often be similar in some of their symptoms and presentations. So a developmental disability basically means that the individual is showing age inappropriate behavior, they're not developing on time with a certain expected normal trait. It's not say for example bipolar disorder, which is a mood disorder. So in the case of bipolar, the thing that's going wrong is that you are expressing a completely aberrant or inappropriate amount or degree of mood given a certain situation. ADHD is not aberrant in that sense, though some of the behaviors can certainly look like that, because the fundamental cause of everything is because of particular normal human psychological traits being massively delayed developmentally. So that that's the nature of the condition itself, and it's worth keeping that in mind throughout. I think one of the best ways of quantifying the developmental delay that we're talking about here, there are a few studies on this. What we're really talking about is executive function, the way that your frontal lobe organizes signals and inputs from the rest of your brain, how your working memory, your RAM, functions, and things like that. So when we're talking about a developmental delay, most of the studies are around they peg this number at about a third, about 30%. That is to say, if you are age 30, we expect if you have ADHD that your executive function, that frontal lobe functioning is about what you would expect of a 20-year-old. So you can be an adult age 30 and you've got all the working memory, the organizational skills, the planning skills, the distractibility and focus inability, I guess, of what we would expect for a 20-year-old. And that gap never closes, and that's the important thing. So that's like the fundamental nature of ADHD, and I think it's worth just keeping that 30% gap in mind, because I think it will come up a lot through our conversation, particularly when we talk about the severity of the condition and the negative life outcomes, and how that relates to things like executive age and the foundations of the condition itself.
Yeah, 30% is a massive gap, right? Like, it's not just like a few percent, you're not 5% off. You think about how humans are genetically 99.5% the same as a monkey or whatever. Just like when you're thinking about percentages, like those little changes can be massive. And what Pumpernikel was like going into there was like, it's not a true or a false. Are you BPD? Are you not BPD? If you are BPD, you're going to be having these episodes of like extreme outlier behavior. It's not like that. It is a quantitative phenomenon where now that I am ADHD, I am going to be having what is essentially like the same sort of experiences as other people, but they're going to happen a whole lot more or a whole lot less, and basically to the point where it's going to start affecting my daily life. So
yeah, so the important thing to remember as well, this 30% is at every age, right? So as you are growing up with ADHD as a child, say for example you're an older brother, you've got a younger sibling, you're now age 18, your parents are going to the store and they ask you to look after your infant younger brother or something, right? Mm-hmm. Well, okay, you've got an 18-year-old, babysitting. That's fine. I don't think there's a problem with that. However, if that 18-year-old has ADHD, they've got the impulse control, they've got the distractibility, they've got the executive functioning of an 11-year-old, like mentally. So then we have to start like understanding the downstream consequences of some of these things. The gap is actually so severe that the Canadian Pediatric Society a while ago recommended that if you have a kid and they are starting their driving test, they want to get their licenses and stuff like that, that they have to be medicated. Because if you've got a 16-year-old learning to drive, that's great, but they've got all the distractibility and impulse control unmedicated of someone driving a car who's 9. And would you let a 9-year-old drive a car and expect them to be responsible driving,
to not have a tantrum or impulsively decide to like push the throttle down just to see how fast they can go.
The phone texting, speeding, all that shit, the crashing as well is massively elevated in people with ADHD. So it's not just a personal health problem. I've always maintained a position, and I will, I guess, throughout our discussion, that ADHD is a public health issue. People that don't have ADHD ought to feel like, shit, I really want all the people with ADHD around me to be taking medication if, they can, because I don't want to be affected by the consequences of their actions.
Yeah, it's like they're 6 times more likely to, or they're something like 10 times more likely to have a car wreck, and it's 6 times more likely to be lethal, right? Those were like some of the first stats where I was like, oh my god, this is actually like so shocking that I'm kind of in danger.
Yeah, and if you want proof of that, I think the stats that Russell Barkley uses in one of his videos is you can just remember it as 333, where the increased incidence of car crashes is 3 times. They're 3 times more fatal, like as far as like injuries to yourself and other people, 3 times more likely to be. and the damage done to property is in dollar values is 3 times more. And if you ever want to have like evidence of this, the best way to get that is to tell your car insurance company that you have ADHD when you apply for a policy, and see how your premiums change.
Probably in a way that you don't want them to, right? Funny. Personally, I never had a car accident, and I was driving since I was like 15 years old, and delivered pizza, and always was like pretty proud of myself for like a lot of the other younger people, because you can get your license in New Zealand when you're like 15, 16. And I would see almost all of my friends end up having car accidents. I think I went to defensive driving classes and had a lot of experience delivering pizza, and so managed to get over those humps of being like a young person learning how to drive just by paying a lot of attention and appreciating it for what it was.
Sure.
But knowing and seeing a lot of my other young friends crash, and some of them were ADHD, some of them weren't. I don't think my experience like discounts at all.
I mean, this is going to come up a lot,
happen.
Right? We're talking about probabilities of things. So a lot of the symptoms of ADHD, the stats are there. They show us what average outcomes and things like that are, but that doesn't necessarily mean that any individual with the condition is gonna have that history, right? We're talking large scale averages. So individuals will be like, well, I'm a great driver and I have ADHD, so I don't want anyone to take away from this that, well, if you drive well, then you can't have ADHD. That's not the case. We're just talking about like, risk.
I would hate for anyone to think that of me, or that's what I was saying, because it ended up affecting my life every single day in entirely different ways. And it was probably those little exceptions like that, which I still to this day find a lot of people pointing towards to then like devalue my overall experience or narrative, or what's going on. And that was definitely one of the most destructive thing I've ever experienced in my life. Is not recognizing the problem, attributing it to other things, or I have to explain it somehow, and when I'm not able to recognize what ADHD is, I have a mental disorder which sets me 30% apart from the general population, right? Such a huge difference that I'm trying to then attribute to other things, which is usually a personal failing, as opposed to like a actual treatable thing that society should be embracing a little bit more. I get that that's difficult, though. It's people just generally want things to be okay, but you gotta take the time and care to look into it and appreciate it for what it is first.
Yeah, so I guess where I can go from here then is describing a little bit more about what specifically is delayed when we talk about like a developmental disorder like ADHD. So it's basically 2 fundamental traits. The first like deficit that you would normally see appear in someone with ADHD, in their chronological lifespan, is normally around preschool age, where you start to get a failure of development of age-appropriate inhibition. And this is basically the most common presentation. Well, the most common presentation of this is the classic hyperactivity that people think of when they think of ADHD. Now, a little bit of ADHD history here. A lot of people like listening to this may have had a diagnosis when they were younger. If you are an older millennial like me and you were diagnosed with ADHD, you probably or maybe were diagnosed with ADD, because back then there was an idea that there was the condition with or without the hyperactivity component. So you have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and then you just have ADD, which is the same thing but without the hyperactivity. We now know that there is no such thing as ADHD without hyperactivity. It is true that people present differently with it. There is or was a fundamental misunderstanding of what hyperactivity actually is, though. So many people, including many girls who at that age don't typically display hyperactive symptoms in the same way that young boys do, because of a bunch of reasons. Some of them sociological, in the way that we raise girls differently to boys and have different expectations on them. But still, fundamentally, even if you're not externally showing or displaying that hyperactive behavior, we are talking about impulsivity fundamentally, because that is the root stem of the hyperactive classic expression that you would you could imagine seeing in like a male child. So one of the things that comes along with this inhibition is, or lack of inhibition, is this cognitive impulsivity. It's this kind of reactivity to say to the first thing that pops into your head, without necessarily thinking it through. A whole bunch of emotional impulsivity and reactiveness comes downstream from that as well. People with ADHD are far more likely to be very irritable, very reactive. A lot of people misread them
that's me.
as being emotionally unstable. And in many cases, actually, it's sometimes completely misdiagnosed as a disorder, as something like bipolar, even by physicians themselves, because these symptoms can present very similarly to the third party. It's important to remember, though, that there is a foundational difference between the kind of unbalanced mood that you observe in someone with bipolar versus someone with ADHD. In ADHD, we're talking about an appropriate amount of mood that's not being inhibited properly, versus in like a mood disorder like bipolar, where we're talking about an entirely aberrant or inappropriate mood or amount of that mood. Okay, so I think that's important to bear in mind. Nowadays, we basically consider that there is no such thing as ADHD without this failure to develop appropriate age appropriate inhibition, and then downstream from that, the kind of hyperactivity that we're talking about here. Now, that hyperactivity, just to stress the point, can be physical in childhood, but most adults with ADHD, they do eventually learn that you can't climb on the back of your chair during a work meeting. We can control that, but that doesn't mean that there's not still a whole bunch of cognitive hyperactivity going on. And the classic example of this is, talking to someone about something really interesting. You like this person, they're talking to you, they're engaged in a conversation with you, and then halfway through the conversation, you're tuning out completely, and you can't even remember what they said.
Yeah, I find it funny, or not funny, just sometimes when I'm talking to other people and they say that they also have ADHD, and then I try to talk to them about my experiences, and I'll give an example. I'm walking into a bar or whatever, and there'll be someone there who is maybe too drunk and a lot louder than most people, and I'm a lot more likely to, without even really thinking about it, just immediately sort of call them out on that behavior and just point out oh man, you're really overwhelming right now. And then and the ADHD person is generally a lot more likely to do this, whereas a regular person is maybe going to go more along the lines of oh yeah, that guy is like that, but I'm just going to enjoy my night. Sorry, I just need to clear my throat. And so that, yeah, like the ADHD person, right, they're going to be a bit more impulsive in like certain ways as an adult. But sometimes when I share the story with ADHD people, they would say to me like, oh, well, actually I'm like the opposite of that. I would actually never act that way. And after like a bit more talking with those people, you end up finding that this is like a counter response to their internal monologue, where they're not fully or they're too much fully on board with like not behaving like that, because they're used to like regulating their internal monologue like more than a regular person. So they're equally inside their head and having a lot going on in there, just like I am, but they're so distracted by internalizing it at like basically all points in time. The reason why they're like, oh well, that's like the opposite of what I would be like, is because they've conditioned themselves to a level to always be checking to make sure that they're having that kind of control, or what would look like control, that they're probably not listening as much as they realize they should be, you know. I mean, I've had a similar thing as well, like in workplace meetings, where I am like constantly checking my ADHD and acting professional and yada yada yada. But I've had bosses come to me and be like, you know, in the morning meetings, you're not really paying as much attention as you think you are, and I don't really have the heart to tell them like, I'm actually fully aware that I'm not listening. I'm aware, like I am aware that I actually like can't pay that much attention. So I try and pay attention more like when we're on the work site doing the job and getting it done. But in the mornings and stuff, I just give myself little mantras in my head of like, just wake up and stretch and get everything going. Whereas I think, you know, more, or everyone else is just, they're all sort of like locked in and they're like, oh, this is the important morning talk and yada yada yada. And doing so though, like, and this is like another classic thing, is that when I'm put on the spot and I haven't been paying attention, I'm really, really good at just immediately reading all of the context clues around me and on the fly coming up with a pretty ingenious answer that I intuitively feel around me. And to a lot of people that looks like creative and this or that, but really it's like a thing that I practice constantly because of my condition. It's not really like a greater sense of creativity, it's like a trained skill.
Yeah, a lot of the compensatory or compensatory like strategies that people with ADHD or grow up with ADHD develop, exactly like you described, they are practice rather than like some kind of skill. And I guess this is the foundation really behind a lot of the myths about superpowers in ADHD, or some kind of relationship between ADHD and giftedness, which I guess we can get into a little bit later, where people feel like, you know, there's that trope of the eccentric genius that appears in pop culture a lot.
Yeah. Well, it's not as good as it sounds. I wish I was just aware, right? It would be good just to, you know, pay attention to the lesson, pay attention to what we're doing that day, and to make that stuff work. And the chances of failure by like going out on a limb and having to come up with intuitively like how you should be performing really just opens you up to some opportunities for like really absurd failure, or, you know, like blundering where people are like, how do you even, like, oh, like we all just like went over this, like how are you out of the loop here? And other times it's like, oh, he's out of the loop but he's thinking differently. And I think a lot of people end up, because they're like, they know they're not idiots, and they maybe don't know like why they weren't listening. And when people are like, oh, like, man, you just gave like a really creative answer there, they're like, oh, I must be like the creative, and they start like tying themselves to that and wanting to be that, and that can be it's an expectation that you shouldn't really have to hold yourself to. It's not really
and the
a realistic one.
obvious disadvantage of this. Like we can all imagine a scenario where you're sitting in a classroom, you're not really paying attention. Your teacher calls on you to answer a question, and then you look up at the well, in my day it was a blackboard, but you look up at the whiteboard to see what's being talked about, what's being discussed, and then based on what the teacher's already written on the board, you can formulate an answer. Now, being able to learn to take in very, very quickly those context clues like you were describing and formulate an answer which is correct, that's a skill. However, that skill really quickly fails you as you go further down downstream in academia, and we see this from the statistics. So if you're quite quick on your feet, if you're a pretty smart person, you can have these kinds of coping strategies to get you through school, and in many ways to like mask your ADHD from even the adults around you. But once you start hitting higher education, like college, university, what we find in the statistics is those kinds of context clues, they go away. You don't teach in the same way as you in college as you do in a university. As you do in a high school. So at college or university, those students who were relying on those context clues to be able to answer questions, they now have to go away and instead of that, they're being asked to read a whole bunch of books on a certain subject and write thousands of words long essays on particular questions. And that is when they start to fail quickly and fail hard. University, college dropout rates for ADHD is pretty staggering.
Yeah, for philosophy classes, I could like blast through it at the university level, but then with law, I had to learn the entire of legal history, including the names and the dates and the statutes and why they came in, all of that, thousands and tens of thousands of pages of stuff. And I remember occasionally getting looks from some of my people in my study group, because they would see me perform the first like month or two and be like, oh, this guy's like clued on, this guy's competent, this guy's picking this all up really fast. But after a few weeks, when my initial interest isn't like driving my attention to the subject, and the workload is like growing and growing and growing and growing, it really started to get crazy. And also like around that same time, it's not just managing this university thing where like you are expected to work really, really hard. It was also just like managing my life as an adult. Like when I went to Germany, I was like, now I need to sort out getting my job, sorting out my rent, sorting out learning German and like the town's bylaws that I'm in and this and that. And if you're not paying attention to how to set up your bank account or like how to like do this or do that, you can't just like intuitively like contextually do that shit straight away at all. And when you have a whole bunch of mundane adult tasks to do, that also turns out to be a lot of reading. And if I only have the capacity to read through like 15 minutes of texts, once I've maybe like read up a little bit on my town's like parking bylaws, I for some reason with like this ADHD thing, I just also don't have it in me to then go read up about like German employment contracts, and then I end up getting taken advantage of by my boss, right? And just getting fucked over completely.
Yeah, there are like specific challenges that start to, I guess, express themselves or become an obstacle at different ages when you have this condition. So in childhood, we expect certain difficulties for that child. And then as you become a teenager, as you become an adult, all those challenges are gonna, the fundamental cause is still the same, but the challenges are gonna be very, very different. Like one thing I find to this day still really, really difficult. In North America, you crazy people, I live in Canada, you crazy people, they have to do their own taxes. and
that's a funny
every
one.
year. That's insane. Like in the UK, we have a pay-as-you-earn system, so you get your paycheck, and the tax people, the government has already taken their cut of your income, and they take a cut based on the calculation of the expected total salary you're going to have by the end of that financial year based on what you've earned, that month or whatever. And sometimes they take too much because you work for 6 months and then maybe you lose your job for 6 months. So your yearly earnings isn't enough to have paid that much tax that you were paying for that averaged out 6 months. So they end up giving you back a whole bunch of money, and then sometimes it goes the other way. But there's none of this like pressure on every single adult citizen to have to file their own taxes, which I find kind of insane.
Dude. Yeah, man. I mean, every American complains about how crazy doing your taxes is, right? But
there's whole industries around it, right? Yeah.
That's right. And that's crazy. But imagine being ADHD and having to do that. I would be totally fucked. I can't imagine. We have the same pay-as-you-go thing that you have, and then you just apply like once a year, and you end up getting like $500 back usually.
Yeah.
It's not often, unless you've been like incredibly successful that year. It's not often that you end up having to pay more. And then even then, you're not having to do massive calculations to figure that out. You just ask, am I getting any back, or do I owe any? And then they let you know.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, you do have to file your taxes in the UK if you're like self-employed. Like, you still do have to do that. But if you're like hired by an employer, that's kind of their responsibility to report your earnings to the tax office and pay your contributions out of your wages automatically. Yeah. So basically TLDR, the first trait that we expect to see inhibited in someone with ADHD is inhibition. So the real problem right here is not restlessness in the classical stereotypical expression of hyperactivity. We're talking about inhibition. It can be physical in the case of like children, but in adults, it's not physical. In fact, by age 30, physical restlessness is actually more positively correlated with an anxiety disorder than it is ADHD. It's of no diagnostic relevance by that age.
Right.
You can just completely ignore it. But in particular, we're talking about inhibition of, or lack of inhibition of emotions. Emotions will come up a lot. It's the biggest part of ADHD. And I guess following this description of like the emotional dysregulation aspect of ADHD, I could bring up a stat here that children are about 11 times more likely to develop oppositional defiant disorder within about 2-3 years of ADHD onset.
That's wild.
In fact, everyone with ADHD, you're automatically subclinically ODD, because only 1 or 2 or 3 more symptoms are required to cross that diagnostic threshold for ODD. And those are the environmentally acquired social conflict and antisocial behavior symptoms. But for the rest of the symptom list for ADHD, that's the same. It overlaps heavily with what's required for a ADHD diagnosis as well. So you're already partway there. We'll get into like comorbidities and things like that later, but even for things that aren't necessarily a comorbidity in any individual sufferer's case, you're still very like subclinically something else as well. So there's a lot of overlap there to be aware of.
I was going to say immediately, like the anxiety thing probably is like onsets pretty aggressively for a lot of the ADHD population that doesn't end up getting treated, right? So if you're not managing the ADHD, you end up getting like higher rates of depression and all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So those are all. So what have we covered? We covered the inattention is sometimes internal, sometimes external, but always there.
The impulsiveness and hyperactivity. So that's when I talk about like the two traits that are delayed in someone with ADHD. So that's the first trait. The second trait, that's like failed to develop on schedule, as you would expect. Again, to repeat myself, we're talking about like age inappropriate development. So we're talking about, these two traits being significantly behind what we expect them to be at, given your actual age, right?
Right.
So the second aspect is it's not a deficit of attention. Now, people might expect that it would be, given the name of the disorder. Inattentiveness is actually diagnostically useless by itself for a diagnosis of ADHD. The key thing here is the type of inattentiveness. That's really what distinguishes an ADHD diagnosis. So it's, I guess, more accurately described as a failure of persistence in your attention. And that implies a whole bunch of things. It implies deficits in behavior, motivation, and especially applying those things towards future directed actions or like future goals. People with ADHD, because of this failure to persist in their attention before something else grabs it, they can't direct their behaviors forward in time. So that's like the second thing. It's people, I guess, understandably wrongly assume, it's inattention or inattentiveness that's like a cornerstone of ADHD. This isn't true, or at least to the degree that it is true, it's an oversimplification. We're really talking about persistence in attention, like the ability to maintain, like focus on something, and regulate that focus. Now, I think people listening to this will probably think, well, that doesn't make much sense because, like, I have ADHD, and yeah, of course I can't maintain my focus on like some college work, but sit me down playing the new Oblivion, and I can sit there for 10 hours and maintain attention on that, right? What we're talking about here is not just maintaining attention, but regulating appropriately that attention. So getting locked in on something, and more important tasks and social needs and requirements of you going by because you've just been locked in on this one activity is also a failure of regulating your attention, right? So being overly persistent in a particular activity is just as much of a problem as not persisting enough in another.
Yeah. So moving from one thing to another, it eventually, this is like part of the problem where it does start to affect your everyday life. Where ADHD people like don't hydrate, they end up with like bad diets, they end up stressed out, overworked. And I guess that's mainly one of the parts where people are like, oh, like this is the superpower, oh, but it's like I was up until 2 o'clock in the morning doing my schoolwork, and now the whole next day is like totally fucked just because I ended up getting like a high grade on this, or I learned how to like perform that skill well. Realistically, I'm never gonna like tap back into that skill ever again. I just ruined like a lot of my responsibilities for the next day over this like one thing. And anyone with like a more structured lifestyle would like achieve the similar results that I got on that one night without all those negative Jesus, I gotta be careful saying the word negative like that. But yeah, you know what I'm trying to say? You gotta have balance, and not being able to stop and doing things is sometimes far more damaging than just like not being able to engage in doing them. Not being able to stop, not realizing what you're up to. Sometimes like a frog in hot water, like forgetting to look after yourself can be absolutely horrendous. You end up as a stinky ADHD person.
In psychology, this is called perseveration, and perseveration in like the broadest sense, it's basically a description of a failure to task switch appropriately given the demands on you and other social contexts. This is something that people with ADHD themselves often mistake as hyperfocus. It's wrongly described frequently as like a superpower that people with ADHD is like a hidden advantage. It's not, not being able to stop playing a video game or scrolling YouTube shorts to go and do something like way more important for your life right now. That's a problem. That's not a good behavior. And when you start experiencing that in many different like social settings in your life, at home, in school, that becomes a problem very, very quickly.
The quality of output like goes down really hard as well. Like if I remember as a kid, like I would do these like big presentations for school, and because I'm still like quite young, it's usually like a big, what do you call it, like an A1, A2, like a big poster, and it would just eventually just start having like stupid spelling mistakes and this or that, and it's because I've just been working on it for like 6 hours in a single sitting, and I'm starting to make these like very silly minor mistakes. And I guess it would go like the same for gaming as well. Like I end up thinking, like, oh, what did I even like do for the last 2 or 3 hours? Like I've been playing my shooter games, but I haven't really been like ranking up in the ways that I was meant to. And a lot of that for me in particular, I don't know how other people find it, would be that I would usually perform like pretty exceptionally well in the first, hour of gameplay. And what that ended up looking like was like when I say the first hour, like when I tried new things, like when I was doing something brand new for the first time, often I could perform better at it that very first time than I would maybe like a week later after I'd like continued pursuing it. And it started to seem like what that was that like this new experience was a little bit like a interesting challenge, like a little IQ test where I'm applying all of the skills and knowledge that I have in my life on the fly without having to like consider or think about what I should be doing next, because I don't need to consider that because I've got nothing to compare it to. So I'm just intuitively in that moment doing what seems to be good, which is, a coping mechanism that I learned through a lot of my experiences in school and whatnot, or just from my life as being like an ADHD person. And then later on, once I have been like, oh, I was really good at that thing that I did for the first time, maybe this is like something I should pursue in my life and this is going to be awesome and yada yada yada. And then like a week later, once I have a bunch of experience with this thing, my overactive mind is being paralyzed in decision making and getting more burnt out because of these giant sessions I've been spending on it, and I've been thinking like about it too much, so I'm like losing my interest and I haven't been able to hold my attention, and then when I am trying to do it, I'm not so fluidly making the decisions because once again I think, what did you call it, it was the opposite of perseverance, or it was the inability to like to change my point of view but to also persevere on things at the same time would kick in. And suddenly my Dota is the best example of this for me. The first year I played Dota, I was in top 5-10% rankings, incredibly just dunking on people left, right and center, all of my friends. After 5 years of playing with it, despite having the knowledge, the skills, the abilities to do it, the timing and the patience and this and that, I eventually could not pull that stuff off, and I ended up putting myself into a role because I still loved playing it. But I found that if I wanted to play like a hard carry who needs to be incredibly focused on all of their micro movements and this and that, I would end up in the lowest rank possible. I would end up in the bottom 90%. And this was crazy because 4 years earlier, when I first started playing the game, I was in the top 10%. Now I'm like tanking myself into the lowest rank possible, and I'm getting frustrated at my team and yada yada yada. But then once I took a step back and was like, I'll play support, and I will use like my greater knowledge to like communicate to my team like a team captain would, and that way I'm engaging with that nuance. I'm taking a step back from the skills I've learned, and I'm more reading like the flow of the battle, and this is going to be a constantly changing new experience once again. So like I'm sort of back to that position where I'm more comfortable, which reminds me of experiencing a new thing. But the new thing I'm experiencing is what my opposite team is doing, and the decisions of the people around me, and I'm guiding them in that using my game knowledge. But this was a super tricky and specific thing that took me years to realize, and you know, it was a mindfuck. It was like, why am I not good at first-person shooters as I used to be? Why am I not good at like hard carry as I used to be? And yeah, it was just simply that my brain was literally like, well, you know how to play Dota, you know how to be a sniper in a first-person shooter. This isn't fun to think about. I'm going to think about other things when you're trying to focus on your game. My brain was like, I'm making you think about other things. And then I just couldn't do those things anymore, whether I wanted to or not. Yeah, what an actual mind. And I had the proof in front of me. I had the graphs. I had my rankings going up and down, you know, graphed out for me to believe it and see it. So actually real, actually fucked up.
I think a lot of the reason why people misunderstand the disadvantageous aspects of things like lack of persistence in your ability to pay attention to things, and just perseveration in broadly in general itself, is a lot of people with ADHD, and especially like people without it, neurotypical people, they will understand perseveration, or as it's normally colloquially referred to as hyperfocus. They will confound it or confuse it with flow state quite frequently. Perseveration, hyperfocus, it's not the same thing as like being in flow.
Yeah, flow is real, right? You're not denying that.
Yeah.
You're just saying
flow is absolutely real. Yeah. But that's when you've got like a perfect balance between the difficulty of a task and your skill levels, such that it's difficult enough that you're not overwhelmingly like bored, but it's not so hard that your brain is in any way overwhelmed. So you're like locked in, and you're making progress, and it's feeling good, and everything's like functioning well. That's like
you get that wonderful experience of like, oh, this is going better than I thought it would, or like I'm doing better than I thought I would at this thing that I am challenged by, but I'm better than the challenge, like even more than I expected. That's a nice surprise. So that's very real. But yeah, I would say different again. Like I feel the difference.
Yeah, there's definitely a big difference there, and I think that's why people have a lot of a big misunderstanding about like whether ADHD has like these hidden advantages, because they associate in their mind like hyperfocus, perseveration with this like flow state, and think, wow, man, if I could do that more often, that would be awesome. But it's not the case. With ADHD, you don't get to choose what you are gonna like be hyper focused in on when you go through those periods of being unable to like properly regulate your attention and to move it around to like more important things. Yeah, so those are basically like that's the I guess the disorder description then. So the failure of these two traits to develop properly on time, inhibition and persistence in attention. Yeah.
All right. Neat. Bum, 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 bum.
you have any like questions about that, or where would you like to go from here?
I don't know. I was just wondering, like, what do people know about like the way my brain is growing? Like, why does my brain grow in like this different way at like a young age? Are there any causes?
Yeah, the fundamental causes behind ADHD, we know it's just basically it's a genetic condition. The heritability of ADHD is about the same as human height. You know, that is to say that like, you know, if you've got two tall parents, you're not necessarily going to be a tall kid, but you're much more likely to be a tall kid than someone that doesn't, right? So we know, you know, if you've got a parent with ADHD, you should probably, if you're struggling with these symptoms, go get yourself assessed, because it's highly likely that you might also have it. So we know it's primarily genetic. You can, however, acquire ADHD. Around 30% approximately of cases of ADHD is acquired. And this is normally because of traumatic head injury.
I was going to say, this isn't because you watch TV too much. This is literally usually because you're like a baby who like didn't get enough oxygen, or smash your head against a wall, or car wrecks, hit in the head by a baseball, stuff
car
like
wrecks, sports injuries, misadventure, all those types of things, right? You get any kind of like frontal lobe head injury, even certain like brain conditions as well. Like if you've got like lesions in your frontal lobe, you will have ADHD-like symptoms. Other entirely unrelated conditions with like a neurodegenerative aspect, if they affect your frontal lobe, you will start noticing ADHD-like symptoms with, you know, the inability to persist in your attention, impulsivity, and things like that. So it's a common symptomology across a whole bunch of different brain conditions. Anything really that like badly negatively affects your frontal lobe, you can kind of expect to see the types of symptoms that you see on like an ADHD description, on top of whatever else is going on. But in general, the like actual ADHD as we're talking about it, not the acquired form, is genetic. You were born with it, if you have it, and you always will have it. We know children, when we do scans of their brains, we can see individual like regions of the brain which are literally smaller than people without ADHD. The volume differences between people with and without ADHD, they do tend to equalize, you know, by the time you're an adult. So, you know, you can't scan brains and see this person's got this region small, they must have ADHD. But whilst the volume can like catch up during brain development, the lack of like connectivity, it doesn't, right? So there's still a whole bunch of like internal wiring in those regions, which is affected negatively.
So yeah, it is literally, my brain is physically looking different to other people. So any ideas that people have of like, oh, ADHD is on the rise, it's dude, it reminds me of anti-vaxxers being like, oh, so it's news to me that the vaxxers don't cause autism. It's like, no, they don't fucking cause autism, dude. And no, your tablet isn't causing ADHD in the children. It might be getting diagnosed more because of treatment methods and analysis and acceptance of it. But yeah, the only way your environment is causing ADHD is by something directly impacting your brain's development, right? Like aggressively impacting your brain's development. It's not because
this is
society or your parents raising you slightly wrong. It's because your parents hitting you over the head too much, maybe.
This has actually been like really well studied, and in fact, this kind of thinking that like ADHD could be environmentally acquired or socially acquired is the model that some people who have like much more of a contentious, I would say, pseudoscientific understanding of ADHD, who are out there, like the Dr. Phil's or whatever, that kind of stuff. They have this kind of like sociological model of ADHD that it can be caused by childhood trauma, or the style of how you're raised environmentally. If you're given an iPad too much as a kid, this has been studied. We've done studies on how human attention has changed between different generations, and the studies are pretty universal in the result that human attention spans haven't actually degraded at all in modern life. People now are no less like biologically able to sustain their attention on things as they were in like pre-smartphone years. Like it's just a myth. A lot of people intuitively can't understand that. They see around them kids who are raised by a younger generation, or parents who might rather than put effort into entertaining their kid, just hand them an iPad, and the kid screams if they don't get the iPad, and people will associate that with fucking kids these days. They're so wired on electronics, they can't have focus on things. It's not true. Biologically, their capacity to express attention hasn't actually changed. What's changed is that there are so many more distractions for them to have to practice that skill against. That's the difference. And like any muscle, I think we can all understand pretty easily how resisting so many distractions throughout the day, that muscle starts to get tired. So of course there are more points of failure, but that's because there are more cases where kids need to resist distractions. But it's not true that their actual fundamental capability in that domain has at all changed versus the biological average that we would expect for humans.
Yeah, I cannot imagine being 14 years, 13 years old and having full exposure to how pervasive social media is nowadays. Is so much more intense. When I was a kid, just having Facebook was pretty rough. Nowadays they got so much more. And then even once I got medicated, I found myself scrolling through YouTube shorts at one point, and I had this moment of being oh no, am I not being helped by my medication or something? And then I was just wait, literally everyone is addicted to scrolling through this. This is actually incredibly normal behavior for me, which is great. In the past, I probably wouldn't have been thinking this, and I've only been scrolling through here for 5 minutes, which is probably a great sign for me to even be thinking hey, I've been scrolling through here for 5 minutes, maybe I should stop, this isn't good. Whereas before, it could be a 6-hour scrolling session. Or, I mean, maybe I was never that bad, but I know a lot of people are. All day, every day, they're kind of just addicted to the Instagram.
And this kind of observation that people have, we see in America, their health secretary or whatever they call them in America, is going on about how autism has increased massively over recent years and what's all this happened and all that kind of stuff. I think when we are describing people struggling with certain traits that we expect of a normal human brain, it's important to remember it's not people are over time becoming more ADHD. The world that we live in is becoming more and more increasingly ADHD unfriendly, such that people who struggle with this increasingly struggle, and people who don't have ADHD are also getting caught up in it. Even if you don't have ADHD, there's still only so much distraction you can resist in a day before eventually you find yourself doom scrolling YouTube shorts for 2-3 hours. Neurotypical people will also do that sometimes, but that's a nature of the overwhelmingly unfriendly environment that we have around us for healthy attention and the exercise of that, than it is about whether people are actually increasing the amount of the incidence rate of ADHD is actually increasing.
It's that the quantitative part of ADHD is that we're suffering from something in a different quantity than other people. as opposed to qualitative, where like it isn't a whole other quality, it isn't a whole other thing, it's not a yes or a no. Do you experience this? It's like, as an ADHD person, I experience it a whole lot more. Now, in saying that, sometimes I definitely think it's worth. That doesn't mean you should just like write off ADHD as not existing, because the amount that I suffer from it is so much more extremely high, that gives it a lot of weight to really be classified as like a whole different mindset. Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear. It's just definitely a less friendly world. I want to make a joke that ADHD people are just meant for the mines. Just get me out there working hard labor so that my brain is constantly distracted. None of that. But I don't know. One of the like more motivational little stories of my life was like, I was living in Christchurch, which is like the biggest city in the South Island of New Zealand, and I was trying to find like a flat to live in, so I was catching buses like all around the city to go look at places, and the housing crisis is terrible, so I couldn't really find anything, and I ended up missing a bus, and a guy in like an antique car like just saw me like running to the next bus stop and just decided to like pick me up, which is super cool of him. And I told him that like, yeah, I was having like a really shitty day, like one of the houses I went to was basically like a crack house that they wanted me to like fucking move into, but it's like, that's the kind of place that I can afford right now, and all the ones I go to are either like weird places jam-packed with people, or you know, ones like that. And this dude was like, yeah, he was like an old dude who was like 60 years old, and he ended up saying to me that back in his day, you know, ADHD wasn't really recognized as a real thing, but that he had a similar kind of trouble and thought that he probably had it untreated. And it wasn't until he got a job where he had a lot of different things to do that he managed to like really thrive. And then he did really, really thrive. And he was right. Like, we were driving his like antique open top car. It was like some like 30s car. It was really nice. And he's like, do you know what my job was? And I couldn't really figure it out. But eventually it turned out he was Gary Moore, who was like the most loved mayor of Christchurch from like 2003 until like 2008. So yeah, he was really cool. He basically just told me that like things didn't really work until he found you know, being a mayor, getting this like kind of out there job, a little bit different to like regular stuff, but still like a really important, prestigious job. And you know, at that time I really didn't know what I wanted to do. I thought I would be working in like hard labor, because I'd wanted to be like an academic, like a lawyer and stuff my whole life, and it just like was never working out. I mean, nowadays I found streaming, so that's great.
The perfect job.
the perfect ADHD. I mean, you have to be ADHD. But yeah, eventually over time I did start looking and noticing like people who you know, like ADHD kind of like CEO kind of like really successful like business people, but you eventually find that those are like aggressive businessmen or like hard workers, right? And I feel like they probably pour everything into their job in order to compensate for not having like the balanced emotional regulation at home. Like it's harder to form like deeper relationships with people, and that is something that I personally really want out of my life. So
yeah, I think it's important to remember here, like when you bring up the difference in or potential difference in like certain demographics of people and the prevalence of ADHD. So there's nothing here to say necessarily that if you have ADHD, like you're more likely than someone without ADHD to like become a CEO or something, because there's some kind of like uniqueness to ADHD that makes you better able to do certain jobs.
I'm more just saying it's
fact,
interesting that that's possible.
Yeah.
But the downsides of it are probably insane. These
so
dudes are going to
basically-
start looking like narcissists, and they're maybe even going to like end up picking up really maladaptive traits because they're going to have to be so aggressive with it, and they're probably not going to have any social life. They're not going to have real friends, and they're probably going to on some level accept that. And Sorry to
At a
interrupt you.
certain no, it's fine. At a certain point, we have to like accept that those people. We'll probably get into this more later. It's basically like twice exceptionalism, where you both have like a disorder, but you're also like very skilled or very good at something else. In the context of ADHD, I think it's pretty fair to say that it's unfair to correlate the two as being in any way causative. ADHD doesn't cause people to be like good at specific things. In fact, these individuals, like you're just inferring, probably would be even better like CEOs or whatever if they didn't have the ADHD. However good they are, it's only holding them back. It's not in any way like the thing that got them there.
Yeah. The only kind of like just to like give it its dues or whatever, I just imagine that a lot of these CEOs are the kind of people that on some level they must be like so disappointed that they can't form like deeper relationships, and they do fail at this or they do fail at that, and then like as a man I have to be the guy who like works, and this is the thing. So their whole life just gets poured into this one thing, and that's like a real shame because they don't potentially get to live as full a life as possible. And because of like cultural norms, they're like, well, this is what a man does, this is what I need to do. And because of like the struggle of being ADHD and all of that, to overcome like probably how bad they feel about being different, being disabled, being totally fucked, they just make sure that they can give it their all to make that one thing work. And now like a lot of cultures, like especially American ones, they look up to people who like take risks and work hard and sacrifice to like be rich and work hard, but that isn't going to happen for most people, and it's going to be way less likely for people with ADHD. So when you do see those ADHD dudes who made it, those dudes had to give way more than they should have. They had to work way harder than they should have, and they would have sacrificed way more like emotionally and in every other way to just be a guy who runs a company and has no friends and his family kind of hates him. It kind of sucks.
Exactly right. Yeah. There's a cost to this. We know that growing up with unmedicated ADHD massively increases the chances of you as an adult with ADHD having other disorders like depression, an anxiety disorder, and trauma. Effectively, growing up with unmedicated ADHD as a child is a definitionally traumatic experience, and you do get trauma symptoms as well, very very commonly in adults with ADHD. So regardless of how successful someone has been in spite of an ADHD diagnosis, that does nothing really in mitigating, like you just described, the difficulties that they would have had to deal with.
I feel like this would be a good time to like have Erudite in here, right? To be like, yo, talk to us about CPTSD and like how common is that? What causes it? Is there a proper way to recover from it? What is the recovery times? Or is this just something people end up stuck with for like decades? As well as like trying to deal with any sort of trauma or disability by yourself is more often than not going to lead to maladaptive coping mechanisms, which undeniably people will hold on to maladaptive coping mechanisms for decades and decades and decades. The thing with Justical and Dr. K, or the thing Justical was reading where he was watching Dr. K talk to Pirate Software yesterday, he ended up pulling up like a little document afterwards, and it was called like the Nothing of Nothing, or the Explanations of Nothing, or whatever. And it was like parents talking about their children who had distanced for themselves, emotionally distanced, and refused to talk. And what was going on with like a lot of these parents is that part of their maladaptive behavior was that they would emotionally shut down and then logically shut down anyone who wasn't catering to their emotions, and then their emotions would validate the entire situation. Now, the maladaptive situation that they used to maintain this for years and years and years, potentially their whole life, to the point where you couldn't do anything about it, was that they would find someone else. They would get a divorce, they would get another husband, and then their husband, that new person, would give them the emotional support that they needed. And you could see this incredibly commonly and very strongly on the Reddit. If you go to the Reddit for adults who are talking about children who have distanced from themselves, everyone in that Reddit is emotionally supporting each other uncritically and allowing each other to like vent about their systems, which then just leads to them not having to adapt, not having to confront the fact that maybe they fucked up, not having to deal with the reality of the situation. Whereas if you go to the counter to that, which is the Reddit of children who are talking about their abusive parents and how they distance themselves from that, the people in that Reddit are basically very diligent on asking for more context, tapping into context, understanding what happened here, what happened there. Why did you say that you had this argument with your mother and she was rude, but then you never really like went into what the details of that argument were? And the children from those, or that they're not kids, they're not young, but like the children of abusive adults are a lot more likely to post entire text logs, entire conversations, entire things like this and that. And yeah, I don't know, I'm ranting a little bit, but yeah, my point is just that these maladaptive coping mechanisms that people get are totally self-sustainable. And a sad one with like really successful people with ADHD is the success at work is used to validate all of the failures with their family or with their other hobbies or educations or lacking personality or explosive temperament or this or that. It's like, yeah, but I provide.
Yep.
And you're a retard for like thinking I don't.
Yep.
And it's like, dude, I'm literally your infant son. Don't call me a retard, please. You know?
Yep.
Dad, you shit role model. No, I'm a great role model. I make money. And it's like, fuck. But you know, I don't know. It just really does blow my mind that it was possible. I can see it in myself. Like, if I had been so successful in my life, would that have like doomed me to a situation where I would have been able to cope so much, like cope in a negative way about my ADHD to the point where it just destroyed parts of my life even more? Because all I really care about is like my relationships with other people. And I notice now that I'm older that even to this day, I am like almost conditioned to want to succeed in my work so that people around me value me.
I mean, the answer to that question is yes, effectively. You know, if you are ADHD or you have ADHD and you are, you know, very successful in life or something like that, yeah, that can really fuck with your self-perception. There's a lot of like confirmation bias going on there. Well, you know, you can't be having any kind of problem because how could you have a problem and be so successful? It doesn't make any sense, right?
Exactly.
So yeah, that is a big like confounding aspect of this, and why a lot of people go undiagnosed or get missed when they are children, because they seem to be doing quite well, but you know, actually there's a lot of like stuff under the hood that's really not working very well, especially, and you inferred this, especially with like social relationships. And the last thing I'll say on this, you know, it's incredibly difficult having ADHD or growing up with ADHD as far as like social dynamics are concerned. The average child with ADHD has one friend at school, you know. When you're an adult, you're like a high-powered CEO. If you've got ADHD, you know, you're not necessarily going to have tons of like work friends as well. You that thing about you, which people are very good at detecting, even subconsciously, when someone they're speaking to is like very different mentally. People are very good at noticing people who are not neurotypical around them. And people pick up on this. When you are very reactive with your emotions and your inhibitions, in the person with ADHD, it's pretty common for children, like when you're in school, and then later adults when you're at work, to reject or pull away from relationships with people like that who appear to them to be quite unstable. Just to answer a couple of questions, Two Legs asked in side chat, what are the least effort to highest payout steps to take for ADHD people, do I think? It's probably just broadly medication. It's not low effort at all. Just to rattle off a couple stats, really, just to underscore this point, though. I think Chris and I will talk more about like the diagnostic process, how that works, how difficult it is, how long it takes. We'll get into the minutiae of this, but just broadly, if you can put the effort in to get a diagnosis, and then once you've got that diagnosis, to stay on top of your medications, compared to anything else you can do for your condition, that will give you the most amount of benefit. Up to 80% of people that take ADHD medications are effectively normalized by the medication. That is to say, if they take the ADHD assessment again, medicated, they're not gonna show, clinically significant enough symptoms to count as ADHD anymore. And then it goes down to like another 10% of people who are like not quite normalized but greatly improved. And then there's another group of patients who don't respond very well to the medications for a different reason. But in all of psychiatry, literally, I don't think there is any condition that is better treated by the medications designed to treat it than ADHD medication, than ADHD is for ADHD medications. Even for like depression and things like that, like SSRIs in some studies, they barely beat placebo in many cases. The success rates of ADHD medications is just staggering. There's nothing else like it in the entire field of psychiatry. Maybe like specific medications for catatonia might be the only other thing that you can just like make such a massive difference so quickly with a medication. Not to say they're a silver bullet in any way, but compared to other conditions, the medications are crazily effective. So that's what I would say for that question. Then he asked whether impulsivity might help you get and take opportunities. Yes and no. You can phrase it that way. I think it's important to remember that when we talk about taking opportunities, these are not necessarily positive opportunities and positive outcomes. So the incidence rate of ADHD in the general population for adults is around about 5%. So 1 in 20 people that you pass by on the street have ADHD. In prisons, it's 1 in 4. It's 25% of people approximately have ADHD. There's a lot of impulsive opportunity taking that goes on in that group of people. Now, it's not to say that if you have ADHD, you are more criminally minded. It's just that if you are a criminally minded person and you have ADHD, because of the problems that it causes, the impulsivity, you're much more likely to get caught. You don't plan well enough. You make mistakes, you're going to get caught. You make bad decisions. So that's why that demographic is overrepresented there in prisons. So yes,
and in Australia,
you can make that.
Very ADHD.
Yeah. So that's where I think we have to like pass down what that really means by like opportunities and impulsivity.
Boom, boom, boom. What was I thinking there?
Well, we can go on to I guess diagnosis. I guess if you want. Or
Yeah.
do you think it's worth talking about like outcomes? So like why people would even be interested in getting a diagnosis to begin with?
Yeah, outcomes could be a good one. I wasn't, maybe I'm like pushing back on things too much, but like realizing you have ADHD, being untreated, maybe not knowing other people to like talk to about it, and then trying to like constantly regulate your impulsivity, and then like, you know, developing like anxiety and depression and all of that because of it is going to have a dramatically negative effect on, you know, your willingness to make impulsive decisions which are like going to better your life. And I think even for like me personally, like internalizing my own like failures because of my ADHD as like my own fault, sort of like led to a situation of being like, oh, I probably shouldn't take those opportunities that like would be good for me, right? Like I don't really deserve those, or like I if I worked hard, then I wouldn't need to like seize that opportunity. It would just happen to me. And I think it wasn't until like I started maybe looking at the way some of my friends and stuff would be like, hey, when good things happen to them, they just accept it and take it. If they get offered a job which is gonna be like $500 for like an hour's work or something, they don't sit there thinking like, oh, why would I deserve that, you know? And the fact that these other like young people around me would I don't know, just like jump on those situations. It could be something to do with like the way I was raised poorly or something, but I don't know, that kind of shocked me that I would even consider like not making such like strong impulsive decisions to better my life. So it's a funny one for me personally. But yeah, about the outcome, sorry. How would you like to get started on that?
I mean, we can really like start anywhere. I guess like the biggest one to start with, I guess, when we're talking about the prognosis of going through life with ADHD and not having it treated, not being diagnosed. I guess if we just like talk around the risks and outcomes of that, I think it's probably the best way of then like segueing into like how diagnosis works, and some of the myths around that as well.
All right, that'd be good.
Just because like maybe a bunch of people listening could be, you know, hey, this does sound like me, but it's like you know, what's the, you know,
why would I even want to?
Why would I bother with the diagnosis? Like it's bad, but I'm able to handle it, so I'm fine. Really, it's like a diagnosis of irrelevance, you know.
I definitely spent a lot of my life doing that, and eventually I was like, whew. And now that I am medicated, it's like, oh my god, this is what it's like. Like this is so much better. I did not need to be downplaying or bothering with all of that other effort that I was putting in earlier. Yeah, definitely at times I was fine and I was excelling, but like I could have been having this insane for me, probably pretty normal for like other people. But yeah, the normal experience that other people are having was amazing in comparison. Oh my goodness. So yeah, let's get into that. That sounds pretty interesting.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
what-
the big one, life expectancy, I guess, to start in the most broad sense.
Mortality,
A lot of
life
people,
rates?
yeah, literally, like life expectancy. Maybe a lot of people wouldn't intuitively expect that to be that badly affected by just a mental health condition. But yeah, if you have unmedicated ADHD, it's associated with an all-cause mortality risk that reduces your average life expectancy by about 13 years, give or take. So that's
wow,
that's more than smoking or obesity. So when we're talking about ADHD as a health condition, we are talking about something which is directly impacting physical health, and not just that, but it directly impacts public healthcare systems. People with 13 years less life expectancy, they aren't necessarily like living well and then dropping dead 13 years earlier. They're having a whole bunch of like comorbid physical health conditions, like being very, very unfit, having substance abuse disorders, obesity, smoking. There's a whole bunch of stuff that is caused by the ADHD that they do, which is what's lowering their life expectancy. The rate of people like Minecrafting themselves is way, way higher in people with ADHD.
That's a funny one for the survivorship bias. I remember like saying to talking to my sister, and she was like, yeah, even if you do have ADHD, like I know heaps of people that have it and they're like totally fine. And I was like, heaps of people that with ADHD have probably killed themselves. So you don't know those people anymore. And this was when I was like super depressed and wanted to fucking kill myself. And I was like, it's so annoying that like I want to kill myself, and you're telling me like it's not something to worry about. And it's like, yeah, do not deny what I'm going through, please.
So that's just life expectancy. So this is just like raw mortality, right? 13 years less. That to me,
on top of that,
is
like the ADHD people, if they're so much more likely to sit there like nibbling away at like the entire packet of biscuits and all that too, right? That is exactly what's going on there.
That impulsivity, that lack of regulating behaviors and emotions, it pops up in every single domain of your life.
So I think anyone with ADHD in here or listening would probably relate to that feeling of like wanting to nibble on things all the time, right? Or drinking alcohol was a big one for me. I couldn't really, after 3 or 4 beers, I couldn't really slow down on the next 10. And even with like hard liquor and bourbon and stuff, it would be way too easy for me to end up like super sick from drinking too much too quickly. And it's because I can't hold the drink in my hand without drinking it. If it's there and I have my hands on it, it's going in my mouth. And New Zealand has like a pretty aggressive drinking culture from a young age.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So
I feel like a lot of Commonwealth countries do. Like the Brits and the Aussies and the Kiwis. The Canadians are pretty heavy drinkers too sometimes.
I'm glad I'm not alone in this. When I was like 15, it was real normal to get a big pack of beers and go drink in a mate's garage with 15 other dudes on the weekends. Play rugby, and go drink afterwards. Compound that concussion with alcoholism. Let's go. First year uni as well. Like mandatory alcoholism.
And that pub culture as well.
Yeah. I wasn't so much into going to town, but I definitely did it a couple of times and went out with my friends, and they were going to town to drink, and I guess they thought that was a real good time. But I think luckily for me, I was I'd already been working for like a few years by the time I was like 15 or 16, and I didn't really like spending all my money on going to town and even drinking that much. Didn't want to be like hungover for school, and so I kind of managed to steer clear of it. But aside from the mortality rates, what other kinds of factors do you think play into people? Like, how else would you encourage people to get medicated?
Yeah, so talking about, I guess, more like lifestyle stuff. Like, if that doesn't concern you enough to think about going to get assessed. Sexuality is another thing that's like very badly affected by ADHD. Now, important to highlight here that this may be like topical for like recent streamer related misbehaviors. Sexual disorders are actually not more common in those with ADHD, but riskier behavior is. So on average...
Yeah, wait, so just to be clear, chat, I did not suffer from any of the shit that Destiny did. When I got on my meds, I wasn't off masturbating for 15 hours a day. More than likely, that guy was already wanting to beat his meat all the time, and then he just found that when he was medicated, he could do the things he enjoyed more. So, Destiny's a little creep. I'm not like that at all. ADHD people are not represented well by his behavior. Now, some of his behavior does fall in line with those things, but he's a mature, full-grown man who has developed his own path in life, and it isn't a representation of the rest of us as a whole.
Well, it's linked to like the overwhelming difference of people with ADHD inside prison versus in the general population. Like, if you have ADHD, you're not more likely to have a criminal I guess disorder, like an antisocial personality. Well, you are actually more likely, but that's not the reason why you got into jail. The reason you're there is because you took riskier decisions, right? You were already a criminal mentally. You were already prepared to do a crime. If you didn't have ADHD, you probably would have thought, I'm not going to do that right now because there's a camera over there, there's a CCTV camera, or I'm not going to take that risk right now. You could still be a criminal. Like, if you're behaving in a sexually disordered or dysfunctional way, you still are that person. If you didn't have ADHD, you just probably wouldn't have got caught.
I had a crazy experience, a crazy ADHD versus ADHD experience once, where I met an All Black who lives in my same district, and All Blacks are the greatest rugby team in the world, right? So this dude is a tank. Well, he wasn't like a huge guy. He was actually smaller than me, but obviously, like, he's going to be fast, explosive, insane. And he had been in the newspapers a lot recently because he had developed a gambling and drug addiction, and he had stolen a lot of money off of his grandparents to, like, fund that kind of stuff, as well as, like, being a big celebrity, still being in his early 20s, all that kind of stuff. Like, the lifestyle kind of got on top of him, but there is, like, a very elitist culture towards being an All Black. So I've had other friends that have become All Blacks, and I remember one of those friends, or not a friend, he went to a different school than me, and then we were at university, we like partied with him a little bit and stuff. This guy got hammered one night and ended up gambling like $30,000, and he woke up and got pissed off and beat up a few of the dudes in the flat, thinking that they had taken his money or like whatever, because he looks in his bank account and it's empty. Really, he just done it himself. And despite him like beating up people in the flat and stuff, because he is like a famous celebrity, they kind of sweep that stuff under the rug. But in the case that I'm talking about, where I met this ADHD dude who had stolen the money off his grandfather, and that had all been like throughout the newspapers and stuff, and a lot of the public relations stuff. Oh, sorry, my music just changed off of the lo-fi into aggressive dance music. Wait, where is that coming from? Dude, that music is so aggressive. Get it out of here. Oh, it's Justical starting a stream and I have a tab open. Jesus Christ. Anyway, where was I on the story? Yeah, so the public like sweeping for this guy was to write news articles about his ADHD and about getting it treated and about him getting help and getting better and yada yada yada. So when I met him in real life, I was just like, you're fucking me over so hard because you fucked up stealing all this shit off your grandparents, and now you're blaming it on the ADHD. Brother, I got ADHD, and you're making me look bad. Like,
Yep.
And he was luckily like pretty sympathetic to that. Probably partly because I definitely looked like an unmedicated ADHD person flipping my lid. But his teammates, these two massive Samoan dudes, and if you ever met like a lot of these Samoan dudes, they can be real polite, and they're genetic freaks though. Look at the next Samoan you see, look at his calf muscles, bro. And these dudes are also like 6 foot something, like massive dudes. And they kind of look at me, and they, like I said, Samoan dudes, I really like them, and they're really polite, and they're really cool. But I look at them, and these two dudes are kind of like tight-lipped. I know they're not going to say to each other, whatever. But they're looking at me like, careful, dude. Like, careful. Like, you're going to wind this guy up. Like, this guy's our friend, and we know that, like, he hates it when people, like, disrespect him like this. Luckily, I have, like, a certain kind of, I guess, charisma to me or some shit, where I am kind of justified in my way I'm speaking and not like personal with it at all. So it went really well, and the guy was like actually pretty sympathetic to my situation, and and didn't beat me up. Like, he definitely could have just beat the shit out of me. He's a egotistical athlete. Not that I'm trying to talk shit about him. He's actually like a great athlete and like a New Zealand hero kind of dude. But yeah, I just thought that like really spoke to the connection that, yes, ADHD people are statistically more likely to be in prison, and they're more likely to go have these like crazy sexual escapades and all of that. But it's not because they are driven to criminality or they are like degenerate pervert freaks. But it is that like when you are in those situations, you're way more likely to not be able to take the step back to be like, like maybe this isn't exactly what I want to get into. And you're more likely to develop the sort of coping mechanisms that everyone else does to like want to have lots of casual sex or whatever. Like it builds up your self-confidence, it builds up your esteem, it fills this place like that you wouldn't get elsewhere. With the criminality thing, dudes always justify it like, oh, like they don't have the opportunities in life, they're just trying to make it here and like provide for my family or like whatever. And the ADHD people are going to hear those kinds of things and internalize those kinds of like reasons to become a criminal, and it's then going to be hyper fueled by the ADHD, which is going to push them into rampantly fucking and stealing and lying and thieving. And then like, how they say like a white lie leads you down, like, the lie grew and grew and grew. ADHD is like this. Your little ADHD brain is going to go down a certain pathway and grow and grow and grow. The fucking problem is if it doesn't do that with like productive things like becoming the world's greatest mathematician or an amazing artist or whatever. It sort of just likes to flitter around from one thing to the next, and you're also got the mental age of someone 30% younger than whatever you are, so it's got all these downsides.
I mean, at least so far as your like executive functioning is concerned.
Right. Well, the emotional thing like, too, right? Or are they
that's linked, right? So the regulation of your emotions is something that happens with, in the executive. The way emotions are created in your brain is from a different region of the brain, but all of these things come together and are like processed together, in your frontal lobe. And if that's the thing that's not working properly, then the regulation or modulation of your emotions isn't also going to be working properly. So like off the back of that, I guess, when it comes to like sexually risky behaviors, on average, people growing up with ADHD, they have sex for the first time a year earlier on average than their peers. They have many more partners because they can't sustain dating relationships for as long because of all the social, emotional, negative effects of ADHD. not using contraception because of like risky behaviors, impulsivity, and combined all these like different factors lead to about 10 times increase in the risk of teenage pregnancy. In fact, in psychiatry, I believe there is no known better predictor of teenage pregnancy, I think particularly in girls, than having ADHD. 32% of boys, 32, 30, 35, around there, have a kid by age 19. And almost about 70% of girls by 18 have been pregnant at least once. Which is obviously, when you think about like what could make your life take a completely different trajectory, having a kid at that age is probably among the most impactful things. And then once that's happened for you, once if you have ADHD, you've made a few risky decisions, impulsive decisions, and now you've got a kid. The whole rest of your life is now different instantly. So when we talk about outcomes of ADHD, we're really talking about some of the most severe and some of the things that are like making the biggest changes that humans experience, even in like a neurotypical or normal life.
So you were saying 30% of men with ADHD have a kid by the time they're 19?
Yep.
Woo! Thank God that's
crazy,
not me.
Right? Yeah.
That could
not
probably be me. Yeah, that could definitely be me, but I think for some reason I might be infertile or something, hopefully.
It's true for a bunch of my brothers, actually. I got some of them got tested recently off the back of me being diagnosed some years ago. They were assessed, and also it's genetic, right? So they were found to also have ADHD, but that explains the huge amounts of nephews and nieces that I have.
I'm not gonna lie, like the vast majority of sex I've had in my life was unprotected, and luckily I never got any STDs except for once a girlfriend cheated on me and gave me gonorrhea. So I was picking like good women, and I would always go to the clinic with them later on and get them the afterbirth pill, and and go to all this extra effort of like having like a big conversation with them about like if you do get a little bit pregnant, like I want you to get an abortion, I'm not like ready to have the father, so just to like not let them start working their way into like a mindset that this would be like a good idea, and then working to get like my girlfriends on the pill. And now this isn't just because I like hate condoms or something, it is just literally because I am compelled, like the compulsion to have sex in the moment as a young man is making me ignore the risks. And like I'm super lucky I didn't catch any STDs or anything ever. And
well, speaking of
also
STDs,
that I had like a strong moral. Sorry, I just want to say I have like a strong moral sense where I'm not like sleeping with strangers or like a bunch of like random people or more than one woman at a time. So I think in my life there's only maybe been a couple of years where I've ever slept with more than one person in the same year. It wasn't like I was rampant, but also very lucky. Sorry, so you were saying just now?
So with STDs, you've got like a 4-fold increase in your chance of catching them. Yeah, if you have ADHD.
It's so crazy.
It's crazy. So that's all STDs. So that can include HIV, of course. So depending on the one you catch, that 4-fold, 4 times rate of increase in catching them can affect your life for a long time. With relationships in general, it is. With relationships in general, the average ADHD adult, just on average, this has been divorced at least once. They're much more likely to experience like dating and marital problems. The divorce rates for people with ADHD are much higher than people without. I think it's twice. So already, like if we look at like like marriage success rates in the sense of, you know, what percentage of people, normal people, get divorced. For people with ADHD, however high the average divorce rate already is, it's double that if you have ADHD, just because of how difficult it is to live with someone that has that condition. Yeah, so that's the
pretty sudden.
Like
with a lot of partners and girlfriends I've had, that it'll be like pretty fine, and then pretty quickly they will be like overwhelmed by me. So it's like these moments of like intensity. Like such a
it's often the emotional reactivity that causes a lot of the major sticking issues in relationships and marriages that ends up negatively affecting outcomes.
I started
with ADHD.
Since I got on my medication, and then I'm like, it was a real trouble. We'll talk about this more later, but yeah, it was really difficult for me to get into the public health system. But then once I get in, I get my ADHD medication. I'm like, well, now once I'm in, I'm not letting you guys push me back out. So like, I started hitting them up. I'm like, where's my state mandated therapy sessions that I'm actually like entitled to? So I started seeing my therapist the other day, and didn't take long before like eventually I'm like doing a Chris Bledis rant to him. And he's like, hold on, like, are you aware that like you're speaking very quickly and your voice is elevated? And I'm like, yeah, I love it. This is just me the way I am. In fact, I can actually like pull myself back to emotional regulation real quick. This isn't like a manic state or an unusual situation that I'm out of control of. It's actually sort of what I do for my stream and stuff. It's all fine. But it got me wondering with him, it's probably the perfect opportunity. There are things that trigger me, right? And CBT is like specifically catered to finding your trigger points and then like managing how you react to them. And it's like talking to my parents and stuff. They like needle at me, right? And they ignore like pretty clear signs where I'm like, hey, you need to stop doing this. Like, you can't do this. I don't like the way you treated my girlfriend or my kids, or I don't like the way you as like my parent are like communicating to other people about me. And then eventually those will become like a more aggressive trigger point where I'll like yell at my mum or my dad and really like critique them a lot harder, and then they'll like, oh, I don't know what's going on or where I went wrong, you know. And so I find communicating with my super immature parents challenging, dude, very challenging. And so I'm just like waffling about a whole different thing here, and wondering if you had any thoughts on it, Pumpernikel, on because you know you're a pretty smart dude and you understand psychology like pretty well from my talks with you, and especially like your interest in the ADHD stuff shows your competency. But what do you think of like CBT and then like managing people's reactions to things? And do you know if that is effective for ADHD people?
Yeah, so speaking objectively, what the studies and research tell us about treating ADHD, the absolute best treatment, bar none, is a combination of medication plus psychosocial or like therapy treatments.
Right. So what is
that's the gold standard?
What is that?
So we're talking here like things like CBT, DBT, and other types of therapy. Now, depending on what your particular difficulties are, you will get different benefits out of different types of therapy. It's a huge confounding problem, you know, with ADHD and a lot of other developmental disorders, is because there are so often, so commonly, so many other comorbidities. Like you mentioned, anxiety, depression. If you have ADHD, the chance of you developing anxiety and/or depression is about 80%, right? It's significant. It's significantly much rarer, actually, for ADHD to present just by itself with no comorbid mental health conditions, than it is for it to occur with something else like anxiety, depression, bipolar, even schizophrenia. Your risk of developing that is significantly higher with ADHD. So it just existing by itself is actually rarer than it being with something else. So when we're talking about therapy, yes, you do have to, treat your ADHD. Medications help a lot with that. Therapy can help with the ADHD as well. But once you've got your ADHD, once you're starting to treat that, you might at some point have to reckon with the fact that you have something else going on as well that also needs to be treated. So we've mentioned like earlier in the conversation, growing up with ADHD, having trauma from that. So trauma is something that is that can really start to be addressed in a constructive way once you are like properly medicated. Once you're at that once you're like mentally in like a constructive space, when you're able to like you've got the ADHD on like an improvement arc, then it's a really good idea, I think, then to turn your attention to maybe managing something else that might be going on under the hood, whether that's an anxiety disorder, depression. A lot of adults that end up going through diagnosis for ADHD, it ends up being, for many of us, something that they reached as a point when they've tried everything to deal with anxiety, depression that they feel like they've struggled with their entire life. Nothing's worked. SSRIs haven't worked. And then they get diagnosed with ADHD, they start treating that. And then all of a sudden they find the depression and anxiety much easier to handle.
Yeah. Because it's like this. It's like, even in my journey towards like getting it, like, 10 years ago, it was like, oh, I just realized that like I'm so depressed because I'm surrounded by arseholes all the time. And then later on, it's like the reason I'm surrounded by arseholes is because these arseholes love my attention and I can't break it free of them. I'm very easily manipulated by these people in a certain way where they can hold me down to, be their friend. There's idiots, like they can't really manipulate me on anything else, but they can always have my attention and that's what they want. It could be another thing, like I'm super anxious because like I have to keep going to job interviews and I keep losing my job because I fucking have ADHD, right? And so on and so forth. This could be a good time just to have a quick 5-minute break. Especially I need to go pee real bad. And I finished doing my little doodle of Pumpernikel the Clown. But thank you everyone for sticking around so far for the conversation. We're going to keep going and getting back into it. And if you're enjoying the content and you want to see more of it, make sure you like and subscribe and share it to your friends. The more people that can come in here and hear about ADHD and these topics from me and my good friend Pumpernikel would be great. And I'll just do a wee plug. I'm going to be messaging Erudite later on, and hopefully we're going to be having a follow-up conversation with her about ADHD as well. And we'll be getting into, a bit more of the results that I've seen personally from being medicated and all of that things. If you're on YouTube now and you're not seeing this live, you can always show my support on my Patreon, which you'll find linked off of my Kick, Twitter, and Twitch profiles, or you can PayPal me your support money at crispylettuce92@gmail.com. That'd be really great to give me the kind of stability to keep making content for you guys and keep it going. I'm hungry. Please feed me. Please help. But yeah, let's just take a short interval and we'll be back with this in a minute or two.
Never let Jacob send me multiple hate messages, including one saying that I'm as fat as a moose and he'd hang myself.
I took my pill, she was gone. Told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone. I took my pill, she was gone. Told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone.
Hey, y'all niggas is retarded. You think I give a fuck if he lives or...
Shekel here, shekel there, motherfucker, we don't care. Malo, you're a millionaire. These fucking puts we just never spare. To a schmat on their mother grave. Have some faith, have some faith. I do my two-step in my big black hat. You schmucks better step right back. Chutzpah, I am in fact. Kush.
Never let Jacob send me multiple hate messages, including one saying that I'm as fat as a moose and should hang myself.
I took my pill, she was gone. Told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. I should have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone. I took my pill, she was gone. Told me I would get well. I should have followed her home. home. I shouldn't have accepted help. All my friends are in my head. I cannot hear them no more. You said I'm going insane. At least I wasn't alone.
Hey, y'all niggas is retarded. You think I give a fuck if he lives?
Shekel here, shekel there, motherfucker, we don't care. Malo, you're a millionaire. These fucking puts we just never spare. Door schmat on their mother grave. Have some faith, have some faith. I do my two-step in my big black hat. You schmucks better step right back. Chutzpah, I am in fact. Kush.
All right. How's it going, chat? You guys good? I think I want to play some Noita while we continue our conversation. No. I also think maybe I'll just let you guys see me while I play. I definitely think that like while I'm sitting there drawing, I feel like I just get like beady eyes, and I don't want to. I look over and look at the VOD, and I'm like sitting there like pulling this face, but it's actually just my resting face. So I thought I would cam down for that one. What does it sound like when I drink? You guys like that ASMR? Yeah, I meant to send Erudite an email today. I guess I'll talk to Pumpernikel about that after the stream. Which might mean that when I'm finished with this conversation with Pumpernikel, I'll turn my stream off for a little bit. But equally, if you guys are like showing support and loving it, I'll probably want to go live and hang out for the rest of the day. And like, I really want to get through Blueprints and The Witness. I actually might DM Sophia Sedley and be like, do you mind if I finish that game? Because I haven't seen you for like 2 weeks. Oh, my spine, dude. My spine just cracked so hard. It's funny doing like a more professional talk like this. I don't know. Like I never really done it, and I want it to be good. And like, what do you guys think? Is it going okay? What kind of things do you see in other people who have these kind of talks that you like seeing? Obviously, like, it would be really cool for me to like get up on stage with a mic and like talk about ADHD, just like the Russell Barkley guy that me and Pumpernikel have been talking about. I'm definitely going to be playing his lectures later on in the week, because I've done it before where I'll be playing Factorio and I'll have him talking in the background, and people always DM me saying like, hey, what was the link to that? That was like really cool. And I think it's really cool. So I'll get that on board for everyone. So Pumpernikel is back. All right, welcome back, Pumpernikel. Your volume is back on, so stream can hear you.
Nice.
Yeah. So, where were we?
We were just going through like outcomes, right?
Oh, that's right, the STDs, yeah. The 12-year
STDs.
Early death, 30% more likely to have kids by the age of 19, 3 times more likely to have fatal car accidents. I laugh, but it's only because I'm grieving.
Yep. Next big one, I guess, is money management. So credit cards, car loans, debt. You know, of course, in a self-regulatory disorder like ADHD, it doesn't take a lot of imagination to understand that you know, managing money is going to be one of those areas that are like really badly affected by the condition. the big one here is, and you know, this is kind of funny, really. I guess it's with the hypocrisy, I guess I see online, where so many people who are critical of like certain streamers' behaviors will, you know, they'll be very critical of a certain behavior, but then when it comes to like another subject, like ADHD, they can be very dismissive of like severity. So people like the kind of I guess streamer, commentator, redditor that you might see on LSF might be very soy about watching XQC gamble and whether like gambling's a good thing to have on a stream, whether it sets a good example, that kind of stuff.
Right.
But at the same time, that same person can be like, you know, lol, ADHD is not that severe, just wash your dishes, bro. Completely, you know, unaware of the fact that like problem gambling as a disorder for neurotypical people affects about 1% of the population. If you have ADHD, you're looking up at doing more like 10 to 20%.
Jeez, that's 1% is already really high, showing that gambling is like a very serious, basically a condition. Especially the effects that it has on people, where they will ruin their life over it. If you target like vulnerable people with gambling, you might as well be doing something similar to challenging a child to a street fight or some kind of crazy shit, right? Like you're really hitting vulnerable people with a situation which they have no means or capability to handle. And you tell me with ADHD that's like 10 times, or so wait. Yeah, statistics are a little bit hard to decipher sometimes. So 10% of ADHD people are gamblers?
So we're talking about 10 to 20% of people diagnosed with ADHD also having a problem, or also being like classed in like the problem gambler demographic. People who are gambling so much that it's starting to affect their
right. So with just like a little
life.
Bit of a little bit of being careful with your words, but you are essentially saying that like 10% of ADHD people, or you know, ADHD people are going to have 10 times more likely to have like a kind of problem with gambling than regular people. Roughly, I mean, the 1% of people that have, so 1% of humans have like problems gambling, 10% of ADHD people do. So the ADHD people count into that 1%, but it's still
yes, they will. Yeah, there'll be a component of that 1%.
Yeah. But yeah, wow. The stats are like really pretty outstanding. How massive and high like a lot of these things are. Like when you think of like a 1/3 extra death rate or something, I like to draw the stat of the human being 99.6% similar to monkeys, and then you think of how different that makes us to monkeys, right? So like if these stats seem like not huge, 30% is already, that should seem huge to you, but if it doesn't, just think about the change that 0.5% can make in some things, like the IQ levels between a human and a monkey, dude. That is how this thing that seems to a lot of people to not be a big deal, not be just clean your room, just sort this out, just do that. It's like, no, this is going to fuck my life up every day. I'm just getting fucked in the ass by my ADHD.
Yep. It's
gambling.
I think it's the nature of the statistics as well. Like the things that I'm picking out here to like describe, you know, the life outcomes. You know, the kind of prognosis you can expect for not managing ADHD. Like the reason why I bring up these particular statistics is because these are the ones, you know, teenage pregnancy, problem gambling, life expectancy. These are the ones that require no or like not much imagination on behalf of the listener to understand how severe that really is and the kinds of like negative life outcomes just having one of those problems like gives you.
You can't deny that like a teenage pregnancy is changing your life dramatically, and then What was the stat for girls? For men, it was 30%.
Yeah, 32% of boys have fathered a child by age 19. So this is by age 19, right? So this could be earlier, you know.
Yeah.
And for girls, about 70% or almost 70% of girls have been pregnant at least once. So that's not necessarily that they've carried to term, but yeah.
Risky. Imagine back in medieval days, you know, like when, you know, there wasn't like the opportunity for abortion and
well, it's a political subject as well, right? So you know how Roe v. Wade was overturned in America. When we talk about, you know, access to abortion, in a sense of like some people with certain mental health disorders are predisposed to requiring one because of the mental health condition. You're effectively fucking people with mental health conditions even more, because they now can't access that thing that they are, you know, statistically going to require access to on average more than say someone that's neurotypical.
Yeah, a whole
so
lot
then
more.
you end up with more like pregnancies and all these teenage pregnancies coming to term, you know, to individuals and prospective young parents who aren't necessarily.
It is a funny thing. You always hear people, like when you're like, oh, I have ADHD, and then you quite often get the response of like, oh, everyone's got it nowadays. And it's like, yeah. 1/3 of those people are having teenage pregnancies. Out of all of those fucking people that talk to you about it, maybe you're just talking to the ones that like didn't get it, but think about how many people that are, and then think about how fucked those people are getting. No wonder the suicide rates are like so much higher, dude. Absolutely abysmal. Yeah, man.
So each one of these stats is all like life changing. So I think that's why when people say, you know, oh, ADHD, it's you know, they might concede, yeah, it's real, but it's not like bipolar. It's not like really serious. It's not like a really serious condition. It looks very novel to the outside observer, but when you start looking at the stats, the lifestyle outcomes of people that have these conditions that aren't medicated, you start getting to the point where nothing else in their entire life is having as much of a negative impact as this one condition. And then the funny thing about it is, in all of psychiatry, and this is like the key point I think to keep in mind amongst all of this negativity, uniquely in all of psychiatry, ADHD is the most easily treated disorder of this kind, with medication.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Talked about it a little bit.
I would love for us to keep hammering that home back to everyone, right? Is no amount of planning your day and working around it and yada 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 is going to affect it as much as getting medicated. And on top of that, the the awful reality of dealing with this thing unmedicated and sometimes rampant, sometimes untreated, and you can't guarantee you're going to be able to spend, I mean, it's unreasonable to think anyone could spend their whole life perfectly planning around their ADHD. It's just not feasible, dude. But people suffer just to maintain their diet, like, let alone managing literally self-control over a broken brain, right? Essentially. Yeah. So if anyone just expects you to just to not be lazy or just be better all the time, they're asking you to do an inhuman feat, which can be easily fixed. Like, it's a relief. It's so lucky. Or, I don't know, it just is the way it is that medication works, and just don't take that for granted.
Yeah, I think laziness actually is like a pretty philosophically profound subject. I think in psychology as well, like when people think of the word laziness, like in essence, what we're talking about is the lack of motivation to do something which isn't really that important, or the consequences of not doing it there might be some consequences, but they're not that severe. If you are standing in traffic though, like on like a highway, on like a motorway, and cars are coming at you, and you think, I just can't be bothered to move. No one sane would call that laziness, right?
True.
That something else is different malfunction is happening in your brain if you're standing in traffic and you think, oh, I'm just too lazy to move. So
That's
when we talk about people with ADHD not doing things,
I feel like I might have an ADHD story
degree.
that relates to that, but I can't think of one. But that is what it's like. It's like, my friend is a fucking horrific bully, and he keeps fucking with me, but like, I just can't pull myself away from this retard's attention.
Laziness is something that you choose to do when you've got the luxury of knowing that the consequences, they're not that bad, so I'm just going to choose not to do that thing. But if you know the consequences are really, really severe, and you're still not doing it, even willfully or not, willfully, that's an exercise of self-harm to a degree, right? That's just not normal laziness. And if it's just subconsciously, then you've still got like some kind of issue going on there, and that's the kind of
I think it's the rumination. A lot of people are like, this is how the ADHD person looks, and it's them on their couch lying in filth, and then this is what it's actually like. And then they'll usually have that person lying on their couch surrounded in filth, but then it'll show a thought bubble of that person being like, oh my god, this is fucked up and that's fucked up, and like I can't like deal with any of this. And what that's really drawing is the difference between the first picture where it looks like they're comfortable in their filth, and then the reality of it where this person isn't even comfortable in their life, let alone in their environment. And I guess when you talk about like lying on the road and the truck is coming at you, the truck to me is like an ADHD person feels like rumination in some way. Like the rumination is that truck that's like coming to get me, coming to fuck me up, and I cannot move out of the way of a life filled with procrastination and delays and half-done subjects. None of those things are normal, healthy, good. I don't like them. It doesn't make me relaxed. It doesn't have any of the benefits of having, what might be called like, a lazy day. Like, I deserve this lazy day. So no, I don't feel like I'm getting any sort of pampering from the laziness of my ADHD. In fact, like I'm ashamed by it to some level.
If you can't like turn your laziness off when you're staring down the barrel of what is effectively like a gun, as insofar as like your lifestyle or future outcomes, if you can't motivate yourself to study for like a college final, like the most important exam you might sit in your life, if you can't motivate yourself to go to work so that you don't lose your job and become homeless, that's not laziness in the colloquial sense. If you can't motivate yourself to shower or wash your dishes, like you can't do that to the point where your house is disgusting and you yourself stink and you're disgusting, that's more than just laziness. I think we, online people, I think they're pretty good at acknowledging that that's a serious reality for people with other conditions like depression. But a lot of people still don't understand that ADHD is very much, in the same vein. The types of things that people might consider lazy behaviors it's not really laziness that's going on there. It's a much more serious and deep
True.
issue.
Hold on one second, Pumpernikel. I'm getting fucking distracted by this chatter called Buttercup1993 in chat saying that I never read chat. You know what, Buttercup? You might feel like I never read chat, but I feel like I've read one too many of your chats, alright? You need to, like, shut the fuck up a whole lot more and not come in here every night asking me to do shit for you, demanding things that are getting better for me, telling me that my audio's fucked up when you just have some sort of fucking auditory sensory disorder, or you need to go buy some goddamn headphones so that you can differentiate between different sounds, you fucking retard. I'm totally surprised with the amount of times that you beg me for help, despite never subbing, being a follower for like 3 days, and constantly critiquing my stream, that you can even fucking write in English. How the fuck did you figure out how to operate functionally and put your fucking shoes on in the morning? You absolute moron. Fucking the most needy person I've ever fucking seen. You're always asking for help. Consider this some fucking help. Think about yourself. Sort your shit out. You come in here saying that, are we listening to a video? I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm literally having a fucking conversation, mate. Read the goddamn room. Do that for every single room or social situation you walk into, and you will benefit greatly, okay? I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling like helping you right now. I'm fucking doing it. Don't complain. Don't tell me not to crash out. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Alright? I'm fully in control right now. I'm not crashing. I'm in control. Alright? Good morning, or good night. Sorry, Action Band, for waking you up. Thank you for lurking so much. Action Band did drop a lurk right before Buttercup came in. About 10 minutes ago, Action Band's like, I'm lurking, and then she goes to sleep. And now I'm in here waking her the fuck up. Alright. You fucking watch yourself, Buttercup, alright? I do help you. I give you good feedback. And you complain a little bit too much about it. Coming in here, flooding my chat like this. Get put on display. Alright. Sorry about that, Pumpernikel. I'm done. You're okay, Buttercup. Cool. You're okay. You're not getting banned. You're not getting timed out. Sometimes. I just like being a little bit performative.
Yeah, if Buttercup, if you're going to ask a question, ask the question. What's the question?
Yeah. I don't even know what they wanted help with. It's usually about computer coding. What is a command? Was the thing we were going over the other day. That'll give you a little bit of perspective. But yeah, if you're interested in ADHD and stuff, Buttercup, that's what we're going over right now. Pumpernikel is... my head, I was going to be like, Pumpernickel's like really qualified in this, and I'm like, wait, well, no, he's not, but he knows a lot about it. He's... Yeah, we had that talk earlier. It's like you would be totally willing to talk to a GP about this and probably inform them on a lot of things and get them thinking and eventually help them come to a lot of realizations about ADHD that would match their kind of training, because a GP in general is covering a lot of things in general, whereas you have like specialized your knowledge into ADHD as a subject. But on that note as well, you're not exactly like a clinical psychologist or anyone who has hands-on experience dealing with this as like a profession, where it has to become like your lucrative obsession. This is just your personal interest and obsession, which it is for me too. But in saying that, I would say that Pumpernikel has more knowledge on this than almost anyone that I've ever had the pleasure of speaking to.
Yeah, like I just am super interested in ADHD specifically. I think for me the interesting thing about it is, we're just talking about just how negative several of the different lifestyle outcomes are for ADHD. And once you go through these stats, for me, when I notice discrepancies in like the severity of a thing, and then how that thing is treated in the public, in healthcare systems, in politics, that I find very deeply interesting. Like when something's very, very obviously negative and it's not really treated like it's a very serious thing. So talking about that and making, I guess like making people aware of it is I guess where I put the lion's share of my effort.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Getting medicated. Oh man, how do I describe myself? I just feel like it. I feel like I'm a fucking, those stand-up comedians, and they get up and they're like, oh, everyone's trying to silence me, or like whatever, but like I don't give a fuck. But essentially, I always did think that about myself. Like I didn't think I was like overly sensitive or whatever. Like think like, oh, I'm disabled and gay and blah blah blah, so these are like my walls of protection. So it feels weird being like, hey, like I am disabled and like I don't like your ableism. But yeah, since getting medicated, ableism has been bothering me, dude. And it is a kind of ableism that people are ignorant that they are doing basically all the time. It is those comments of, what was it you said that triggered me into this little rant? I can't even remember, but oh yeah, that's right. It's the people essentially being like unaware of what is going on. Yeah, it's just the ignorance. And then people don't like to think that they don't know things, right? So they have these little narratives that they tell themselves. It's lazy. You just want to do Ritalin because it's drugs, and before you know it, you're going to be doing a whole lot of Ritalin, so you shouldn't even start doing it. And yeah, I don't like hearing that shit. I know it comes back on me a lot more because like I'll be like debating Queeman, right, and then I'll get fucking Queeman chatters, who just want to say like anything to like wind you up. But it doesn't feel like it's just Queeman chatters. I feel like it's easy for people like that to use it as a weapon because no one, or not no one, but like, the majority of the population just is not really aware. Yeah. They don't really have the opportunity to know.
It's like incomprehensible to me. Like the kinds of things that we're talking about in this little segment about like outcomes and prognosis of having unmedicated ADHD, the types of things we're describing, like life expectancy, risks with driving, gambling disorders, substance abuse disorders, like relationship problems, teenage pregnancies, 4 times the rate of like STDs, all these kinds of like statistics. These are things that you can easily understand, I think, intuitively, without a lot of mental gymnastics required, to be not just personal health problems but public health problems. If I was a neurotypical person, I saw these statistics, I would feel like shit. Like people with unmedicated ADHD are 4 times more likely to have like STDs. When I'm dating, I don't want to be exposed to STDs. Them being treated will reduce the amount of STDs, that go around, that get spread around. It's benefits society for people with certain conditions to be medicated and to be treated. So this is why, and it's not just with ADHD, it's other mental health conditions as well. I can never understand why people consider it like a personal moral failing rather than a public health issue. If you can treat successfully a condition like ADHD, which can drive people to substance abuse, gambling, obesity, think about how much pressure you take off of your public healthcare systems versus, that person growing older with conditions like obesity and then having to deal with type 2 diabetes and the medications required for that, and everything else downstream. You take a lot of burden off of, the public purse by treating mental health properly.
Yeah, by addressing the ADHD, you're then freeing yourself to have to address trying to look after members of the population, which I'm not sure how many people in the population have ADHD, but it seems to be like quite a lot. All of those about people 5%. Are about 5%, right? So 5% of your population, because the ADHD has a 16 years, they're going to die earlier.
13
so by
years,
treating so by treating the ADHD, you're taking a weight off the healthcare system, which is expecting these people to, if you're not addressing the ADHD, you're kind of expecting them to live just as long as everyone else, or, you're treating them like they're going to. So instead of dealing with the thing that's killing them quicker, you're dealing with all the downstream effects of that, like the obesity and the STDs and the dangerous driving, and then the, I've met a few people who have been drunk drivers and then crashed themselves into trees and poles, and they got broken bones and brain injuries and limping and stuttering and completely destroyed, right? to think that that's like a lot more likely to happen to me because I'm ADHD or to people around me because of ADHD people, not because those people are drunk drivers, but because that's just the way their brain works, is terrifying.
Yeah.
I think I want those people medicated, for sure.
So, like speaking of like these outcomes, then I guess we can get onto like occupational. And again, you can easily see through these numbers how giving these people access to medications like Vyvanse, Ritalin, Strattera, how that could be a massive boon for society and save us a lot of money when it comes to healthcare systems and social welfare systems. And a good example of this. So this is from a study that was talking specifically about young adults between the ages of 23 and 32. And I think the reason this particular demographic cohort was chosen for this study was because they were really trying to analyze not just employment difficulties, but also like even getting a job to begin with or going to college to begin with, because that's about the age that people start like coming out of university and getting like maybe the start of like a career profession going. So in that age group, you are 11 times more likely to be unemployed or not in school. Sorry, unemployed and not in school. So that's like neat stuff. 11 times more likely if you have ADHD. 4 times more likely to be in an unskilled versus clerical occupation. And 6 times more likely to be in an unskilled versus like professional occupation. 61% more likely to have ever been fired. 33% more likely to have been like laid off or made redundant, which is interesting because you would expect that like when it comes to redundancies, you know, if a company has like overemployed in a sector or there's been like a turn down in business and need to let some people go, you'd expect that, oh, maybe it's like a pretty equal.
It's a
like
company's
percentage
fault.
Of people.
It's not your fault for being
well,
ADHD. Right?
Yeah, well, we see here in the stats that, you know, if you have ADHD, you're almost 3 times more likely to be made redundant. So there's definitely some kind of bias going along when managers are sitting down making decisions over which staff are staying and which staff are leaving. They tend to, like, knowingly or not, be selecting out the ADHDers. You're 53% more likely to have ever quit a job because of like frustration and dislike of the position. And just on a basic wage level, you earn close to $2 per hour less in wages than in like the
that's
neurotypical
the worst
demographic.
One so far. Oh man, a lot of that hits close to home. God, what was I doing in my life? I think it was after I got in my road accident, and it was like kind of the first time in my life I was like, you know, like I kind of lived my life thinking that I shouldn't be taking help from the government, you know, like a lot of preconceptions that people who do that are like dull bludgers and losers and all those kinds of things. And so eventually, you know, I got on the benefit, and I'm also going to my doctor being like, hey, like I'm like pretty fucked up from my road accident. I need you guys to like help me out because like I'm really not suitable for work. And on top of this, you know, I'm trying to get my ADHD sorted out, but I couldn't get it sorted out. And I was 23, 24, and so I was a little bit old for it, but they put me into like a program for like youths who were like struggling to find work and stuff. So it was like those neat types, and it was like exactly those demographics that you were just reading. And yeah, I have to say, I met some of the most ADHD people in that group. Like half of them were all people 18, 19, 20 who, you know, were having trouble getting jobs, didn't really seem ready for the workforce. And like I would be like on the computer like doing one of my projects for it, and I pretty quickly like fell into a role of being like older, competent, educated, smart. Like I'd already been in university for like 2.5, 3 years by this point. And I'd been working ever since I was like a kid. So I really wasn't like the kind of person who, you know, that program was meant for. So I almost became like a de facto instructor. And yeah, I'd be on the computer like working on my thing, and like one of these ADHD girls kind of like got like a little crush on me, and she would just like walk up and to like get my attention would just start like smashing my spacebar on my keyboard and like stuff like that. and I remember just being like, oh, you're like really ADHD, like that's what's going on here. And yeah, it's kind of sad like hearing those stats and just thinking like, yeah, like this is exactly what that girl was like dealing with and stuff. And even her like having the crush on me, like she didn't really know me at all or anything, and it's just like, oh, this is literally someone like struggling in almost every aspect of their life. Like they were socially kind of lonely and trying to show interest in me. She was like so awkward with it, and I couldn't handle it as well. I didn't want any of that attention at all. So you know, just kind of ignored it. But you're saying that's like 11 times more likely, basically, to be unemployed at those young ages.
Yep, unemployed and not in school. Yeah.
Damn. That is brutal. Even the thing with like quitting your job due to frustration and that was something that I eventually had to realize was not. That is awful that is a thing, but for a lot of from the age of like 15 to like 19, I worked for Domino's like for like 8 or 9 years, but it would be in like different stores and on and off and that. But when I was like 15, 16, 17, I just hated it, but I still did it like every day, all the time. And when I got a bit older, I came to have higher standards for myself. Like, you know, if this job is frustrating me, if there's things I don't like about it, I should like take a step back. And eventually that came to a point where like, as I was like looking for different jobs, I would go to a job for like a week or two and I'd be like, hey, if this job isn't suitable for my ADHD because it's just too menial, it's too trivial of a job, like I will just quit like straight away. So like I had some jobs at like steel factories where I just had to like press buttons and stuff, and yeah, I like totally quit those jobs because they were too boring, or just needed some sort of job where there was any job that I could work harder in to get more work done was suitable. Basically, that was like the only thing. But like a job where there was like a set pace of work, would therefore like no motivation to go harder, no stimulus, anything like that would be not suitable because my brain just cannot handle sitting there idly. If I can at least say I have a job where I have to stack bottles of alcohol onto trucks, you know, then I can just stack more bottles of alcohol, and that's enough. That's you know, a more suitable job. Were you ready to move on to the next subject, or more about
yeah, kind of. I got one more thing to go through, and again, this is another whole like subject of, I guess, just life and life trajectory, and that's education. Okay. So just speaking very briefly about that. So when it comes to education, of course, you speak about ADHD, we can all easily understand how we would expect to see negative impacts there. I think we can also all pretty intuitively understand just how important educational attainment is for future lifestyle outcomes when it comes to like income and socioeconomic status and stuff like that. So with ADHD, about 9% of people with ADHD will graduate from college, and this is compared to 60% of people without ADHD. Right. So if you don't have ADHD, your chance of going to college or getting through college. About 60% of them will successfully, get their bachelor's at least. For ADHD, it's less than 10% will make it. We see that a little bit.
So low.
I don't want to name drop. I don't want to name drop, but we see it posting in the JStalk Discord a lot. People that struggle with college.
Yeah, true. There's a few
it's
of
fucked.
them.
Yeah. You're 11 times more likely to not even enroll in any college at all. So 32% of students with ADHD drop out of high school even. So we're not even talking post-secondary education here. So they don't even make it through high school. Compared to, I think it's about 15% of like neurotypical teens that drop out for some reasons. But worth bearing in mind here that when we talk about high school dropouts, some of the times if we're not talking about ability to persist in high school, there can be a whole lot of like socioeconomic factors like problems at home, families like moving or not like being well connected to the social services network. So a lot of like parents fail to like drive their kids through school, get them there, get them through the system. So some families, because of that, they do fall outside of these statistics for some reason or another. So not all of it is going to be down to like mental health. Some of it will be just because of like social realities around that particular family.
When you were saying that, like, what was it? 10 times more likely to like not have a job at that age and stuff, though.
Yeah.
I was really thinking like, this is like a lot of these kids at the age of like 15, they're like, school's not for me, blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But then like they're not really cut to go into like hard work. And maybe back in the olden days they would have been, but that was probably more because of like the parenting style of the olden days, where you just get like a whip in the ear if you didn't do your chores, and that would unironically toughen you up, although there's a whole lot of emotional baggage that comes with those kinds of things. Which, again, being an ADHD person and then having that way higher tendency towards oppositional defiancy disorder, you're probably more likely to become a criminal because you are getting whipped by your parents, and then you are more defiant than normal, and then you would act out harder. You're 30% more likely to have a kid by the time you're 19. All of these things start together.
It's like much more likely to be suspended and expelled from school as well, because of behavioral or academic issues around that. Like academic suspensions in college are a thing. And the reality is if you have ADHD, the percentage chance that you're even going to enroll in college is significantly lower, let alone getting through that college to begin with, such that when you meet someone with ADHD and they have gone through college and they do have a degree, you are definitionally speaking to a rarity just in that individual. That person is not within what's average, So I think it's like when we talk about outcomes for ADHD, there's not really, and this is kind of the general message, I guess, behind all of these statistics. There's not any domain of like high impact lifestyle contribution factors like occupation, education, health, sexual health, mental health that is not catastrophically negatively affected by not medicating ADHD. There's no part of your life that it doesn't touch.
It feels like that, living with it. It is really crazy in this conversation going through literally every single part of the basic human experience, and then you have the numbers, right? You've literally given us all of the numbers showing how I've just started using the word abysmal, how abysmal this sounds, and it is, dude. I've had a fucked up life. It has been dog shit. Lately with like my medication and my success, Spinboy himself was like, man, it's actually like really admirable the shit you've been through, Crispy. That was more in line with me having like amnesia and all that kind of stuff. But it's still nice to hear.
Yeah, you've had a pretty good blow up since like going through the diagnosis, getting medicated. You know, and it's something I want to stress as well. Like, not everything is going to be down to medication. Like, medication can give you the capacity to do things that you otherwise would really struggle with, or wouldn't be able to at all, or would only be able to do very, very inconsistently, and therefore like not successfully overall. But it won't like teach you how to do things. So like the adage in the ADHD community is, you know, pills don't teach skills, and it's an important thing to keep in mind. And especially when someone asked in the side chat earlier, like, what's the number one best thing someone with ADHD could do, you know, and that's probably getting medicated. But I think on top of that, getting medicated and then getting good therapy, which by itself is very difficult, of course, but getting that to deal with not just things that have happened in your life, either because of the ADHD or not everything's caused by it. Not just dealing with those aspects, but also now being able to understand and practice skills that you now have the capacity for, that you otherwise have spent your entire life not practicing, like healthy study habits, sleep hygiene. Once you're medicated, it might be the first time in your life now that you can, in a healthy way and in a persistent way, continue, you know, doing those things.
Yeah. I'm thinking of people who, like maybe like Destiny, who like had a lot of success before they got medicated, and it's a pretty interesting case of someone probably reaping a lot of the benefits of medication, but essentially not really having to change their behavior at all because of it, and then eventually you start to see what was an ADHD trait and what was like a maladaptive behavior that he still hasn't really let go of, right?
Yeah, I think Destiny
fix all of those things.
Yeah, like I think he's an interesting case. I wouldn't be surprised if he just freely admitted that the kind of life that he had while he was not medicated, while he was just like white knuckling it through being a streamer and everything, that there was way more fucked up shit going on in his private life than we will ever know. I think if you spoke to him, I think he'd probably say there is like no way you could ever like understate just how much of a difference the medication has made for him. I think he probably did a good job of like masking insofar as like his streaming was concerned.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm like parasocial, I guess I would say, or pretty interested in like paying attention to those little details, and I would say some of the things that I've seen and thought of, and then like, you know, like when I say thought of, I was like, I bet he like kind of does this a little bit too much, or he does this or does that, and then that ends up being like confirmed later on. It's really, really quite extreme. You know, Destiny's literally the kind of guy to try to bang like 3 women every week for an entire year straight, right? And then you think about the amount of responsibility and managing that and trying to mask it and dealing with what is essentially like these addictions, as well as like the self-esteem issues and all that
his
kind of shit.
His content noticeably changed right after he got medicated.
Oh yeah, but man, like that was hardcore.
Yeah,
and I wasn't medicated at that point, so I couldn't keep up. Jesus Christ. He was studying and, you know, finally engaging in a level of a career that he'd built. He'd literally built his whole career around like issues and debating them and winning those debates and being successful. And he did it. He was successful. He did fully pull that off. It turns out he had never fucking bothered reading about any of it. You know, he had had that shit the way he did it was by watching debates on it and seeing how people performed in those debates and then catering that into his own style, as opposed to actually studying. Actually insane. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like you were saying, you couldn't understate how intense that stuff would have been to actually experience. Actually being inside his mind the whole time would have been.
I think about like the difference it's made, like for you in your ability to like do the things that you want to do, or that you're interested in, like the coding and everything. It's very easy, I guess, for people to think that ADHD is just like a lack of effort, or not knowing how to apply yourself, or you don't have good like study technique. You're not setting timers or alarms.
They just don't work.
But the reality
sometimes.
is,
Doesn't do anything.
Everyone that wonders whether they have ADHD, everyone that does have ADHD and went on to get diagnosed it as an adult, we've all gone through that phase of where we Google shit like, well, how do I procrastinate less? And then you get results like, oh, have you tried the Pomodoro timer and these different like timing methods and all these different techniques for sequencing tasks and keeping yourself organized. And we've all done that thing where it like worked for a couple of days and then it just didn't work anymore. That was it. No more benefit from it. And eventually you get to a point where you realize that it's at a fundamental level, the problem you've got going on is not a matter of methodology. It's that something wrong with your brain. You cannot do these skills. You won't be able to do it unless you medicate
perfect
it.
Example. So I've been using the Pomodoro timer for my coding. So for any chatter who doesn't know, the Pomodoro timer is you will work for like 25 minutes and then you'll take a 5-minute break, and then you'll work for 25 and you take a 5-minute break, and then after you've done that like 4 or 5 times, you take like a half-hour break. And I used to do this for when I first tried to learn coding, and after about 10 days, it didn't work. Looking back on it, the courses I was doing were quite difficult and all of that, and my medication didn't make me like a whole bunch smarter or make the course easier, but it did prevent me from becoming extremely frustrated at those difficult points, as well as without the medication. As soon as I decided to take a day off, I never went back and did it on the second day, and the third day it was so much harder, I guess, to the point where I couldn't do it. I couldn't make myself start again.
That's the persistence that we talked about earlier, that the specific type of like attention.
And the Pomodoro timer didn't work either when I did it back then. Now it works completely fine for me. I do take those 5-minute breaks. I take those 20. Back then it would be like, I'll do this one last little thing, and then I'd do another little thing, and another little thing. And then I've been like, well, fuck it. I haven't had a break in 3 hours. Forget about the Pomodoro timer. And then I would code, for 5 hours, but also be incredibly frustrated and ruined. So, or my mood, my day would be ruined. Simply relaxing after a hard day's work I'm not just relaxing after a hard day's work, I'm relaxing after a day of being like frustrated and overwhelmed and completely fucked, requiring me like a lot more aftercare, and just generally being like pretty exhausted. Although I also feel like my road injury and all of that, probably people from my brain injuries end up sleeping a lot, so really common. So I think I had a lot of that going on as well. So was that the last of our outcomes, right? So hopefully hopefully anyone who's like wondering about getting on ADHD medication will like listen to these stats and realize the effect that this is having on your life. And if you have any children or parents or anyone around you who is also probably got ADHD, hopefully this conversation would like give you a pretty good idea that you should want them to be treated for their own safety, for your safety, and a level of hardship that they might not even really accept that they are going through. Yeah, because it's pretty.
I think for me, the most important message I want to get out of this is not necessarily even towards the people with ADHD, but rather the people that don't have it. The people that may not, really believe it's as serious a thing as some people say it is, or that it's overdiagnosed or overhyped or something like that. I want those people that don't have ADHD. I want them to want people with ADHD to be medicated. I want them to feel like, oh shit, this is bad. I would much rather live in a world where all you people have your medication, because I don't want to be affected by your poor decision making or the other risks.
Whatever it takes.
The costs you burden the welfare systems with all those poor lifestyle outcomes, the impulsivity, the link between that and antisocial behaviors, risk-taking behaviors. No one wants those types of things or more of those things in society, or at least we shouldn't want that. So I think my big message, I guess, from the lifestyle stuff is not just if you hear that and it sounds like you, these are all the important reasons why you should go get medicated, but also everybody else that doesn't have this condition, you should also really strongly want people that do to be medicated as well, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely be watching over that Russell Barkley lecture in the next few days, probably a few times. I feel like it's such a good listen, but the whole lecture is you're a parent and you think your kid has this, here's why you should be listening, right? And it just goes for everyone across the community, across society, as a whole. For me personally, it's just whatever it takes just to get people to start thinking about this more seriously. So I'm totally on board with the idea of you must understand that me as an ADHD person is a goddamn risk to your life. You should be worried that I will do harm to you if you don't help me fucking get treated.
Yeah,
if you don't help me get my meds, I will fucking beat you.
There's a healthy medium of I don't want people to be oh fuck, that's an ADHD person, I need to not be around them, but it doesn't help anyone for people to be so suspicious or speculative of ADHD treatments like stimulant medications, given their proven track record of safety. I think there's still so much misunderstanding or misinformation out there about these things. We're not quite at that point, I think, where people fully accept ADHD
bullying or shitting on people. There was this kid that I used to stream with, and I made a joke, thinking me and him are both ADHD people, and he's got medicated, and I'm asking him about it, and I make a meth joke about it, and he just gets so upset because obviously kids at his school are being oh, you're doing meth, and he's it's not meth, and I have looked up this. I know that this is medicinal amphetamines, especially in New Zealand where we are, the form that we get is literally the same chemical group as meth. So for him to have that kind of emotional reaction lets me know that even just fucking ignorant teenagers who don't know shit about anything, even they know the joke that you're just taking this drug and now you're methed up. And it's true. If I took a bunch of my Ritalin right now, my pupils would fucking go to little pinpoints, and I'll be wide on it. But equally, I'm not chasing that kind of high. I don't get the same kind of high that other people get. All I get is a feeling of being normal. And when I do take my medicinal amount, my pupils don't dilate. I don't start buzzing out and want to furiously pace around my room and clean my whole house or whatever.
You see it a lot in how people criticize like certain streamers. Like, people will say like about Destiny, like, oh, he's like all Vivanced up, and that's why he's doing
That's a funny
certain
one.
things, you know.
Yeah, that one is so lame, to be honest. He's he never seems that way to me, you know. He just is the way he just talks fast. It's just the way he is. Can this man not have his own temperament and personality without you guys trying to constantly tie it back to his literal medicine that you should want him to have? Because without it, he is going to, you know, drive violently into your family. You know, do not criticize the man bettering his life through healthy means, please. Like, but that is just not the way people respond.
The public awareness isn't quite yet at the sufficient levels that it needs to be, I think, and that's kind of like my goal. But anyway, we've covered like the absolute basics of the condition, and then we've talked about like the negative outcomes. How much more do you want to talk about this today, or is this enough for today? Or
we can keep going for as long as you want.
Like, are you going to get Erudite in today, or is that a different day, or what's the?
Nah, well, I still have to message her.
Okay.
And considering I want you to be in the conversation with her, I was like, you know, I'll talk to you about that after stream, or
sure.
Because I'm happy to like end the stream probably when we're done talking or whatever. And yeah, we have like had a pretty good talk about it. How's chat feeling? Looking good. If you want to stop here, we can, just so that we don't have to double down on the stuff with Erudite. Although
it might also be a good, I guess, if you're going to email her anyway about it. If you send her the VOD of this, it'll probably give her something to go off of. You know, if she's thinking about, well, I don't know, like what you want to talk about or what you want me to contribute to.
Yeah, she would probably reasonably have a bit of that feeling, like, who is this dude and what are they even going to be getting into? And plus, I think it is something she would like, so if she's got the time to watch it, that I'm sure she would enjoy it. So yeah, and I guess for the viewers as well, like there's only they probably don't want to hear us talk about this. We've been talking about it for like three or 4 hours.
Take, right?
Yeah. Do you really want like another 3 or 4 hours of ADHD chat? But we still do have like a lot to cover. So
a lot. There's like medications, what different ones that work, how they work, the myths surrounded them. Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff like to go off of.
Yeah. At first I wasn't too sure, but after thinking about it for a little bit, I was like, yeah, this is probably a good time to wrap it up.
Yeah.
How was the timing? I guess I'll talk about that later anyway.
Oh, it's like this kind of stream time is perfect for me. It's ideal actually.
Because like I'll have to organise it with me, you, and Erudite soon. So we'll need to figure out what kind of vibe she's on.
Sure. Two Legs brings up something in side chat though. He says defying your parents thing was huge for him.
I did.
This is pretty common. Not just because of like the subclinical ODD aspect that I referenced earlier, but also because of the heritability of ADHD. If you have ADHD, the chance that one of your parents at least also has ADHD is about 50%. So you could be dealing, when you're talking about like conflict with parents, also with like 1 or 2 people that also have like unmedicated ADHD.
That's a weird one.
Their entire lives themselves, not.
And then you were saying the correlation, like my mum might have ADHD and BPD, and maybe a whole bunch of other things that she's picked up from not having that treated, as well as like a kind of temperament to be ultra critical of any sort of negative feelings. So then I'm dealing with someone who sees some of their own struggle in me, doesn't want to face it in themselves. All kinds of bullshit going on there.
Yeah, so it's not all like I don't want people to take away that like, oh hey, you know, the reason I don't get along with people like my parents is because of my ADHD, but it could also be because of theirs, you know. So I think that's worth bearing in mind.
Right.
But yeah, I think now's a pretty good time to wrap up. We covered like the basics, the expected outcomes, and then I guess we can get into like, you know, the more multivariate discussions. There's a whole bunch of stuff we can talk about regarding law, and things like that as well, maybe. But maybe for future conversations.
Legal stuff. Yeah, that should be fun, and hopefully that'll be coming along in the next few days. So I'm gonna end my stream for now, and then probably get to talking to Pumpernikel about some of that behind the scenes stuff, and I might be back in a bit to play Noiter and play games and chill out and have a good time. But thank you for coming along, everybody, and tell your friends to watch the VOD. I'll upload this to my YouTube. I probably will end up editing it down a little bit, although it was a pretty good VOD of just being focused on this one topic. So it should be pretty easy for me just to chuck it out as like, hey, this is what this YouTube video is about. ADHD conversation, get in.
You should do
so
that.
Nice.
You should do that like video section thing where people can like skip along to different topics.
Yeah, I do know how to do that. It kind of works
might be
like
all you need to do. Yeah.
Yeah, in my comment section, like people will go down to the video comment and it'll like tell them exactly like what is what and yada yada yada. But then, you know how it's like meant to show up and when you click on the parts of the video, I feel like a lot of times it doesn't show up in there despite me formatting it and it being linkable if you go down to the comments and click on it. I don't know if that's like a YouTube like holding me back because I'm not like a big enough creator or I haven't like authorized my account or what's going on. But good idea. That it almost saves me from having to edit the video at all, right? I can just
you can just skip around to the bits that they're interested in.
But all right. Kakite Ano stream. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming along.
Bye bye,
everyone.
Yep,
and there
no
will
problem.
be more. Bye.